Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, March the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses. Let me know if you can hear my screen. Thank you, William. And hear my screen, see my screen, and hear me. All right, everybody, what is happening this morning? So, interesting news at Uber this morning, inking a deal with the New York City taxi cabs to kind of get them kind of Uberized, I suppose. So Uber, nice little pop this morning. Interestingly, when I saw that news, I thought maybe Lyft would move higher. Maybe this is going to have to be exclusive to Uber. The initial reaction was a drop, but it has come right back up. Anyway, you can check out that Uber news for yourself, see how significant that is. Now, ESOA, just so you guys know, in case you're doing scanning and wondering why ESOA is not showing up for you, we still have it listed as a, call it a pink sheet stock, okay? So if your scanner doesn't include pink sheet stocks, you won't see it. It has an uplisting to NASDAQ today, so our provider, I guess, is a little late in getting that switch over. So that might be that'll be the reason. NKLA, so announcement today, I don't know if it said they're starting to produce a truck or that one has actually come on. Nikola shares are trading higher following reports truck production started this week. All right. Okay, so that is NKLA, of course, EV player. MFH. I do see some news, sorry. Rising higher pre-market. No, I don't see any specific news on it. So this is a very low float. No news that I can see on it. The 200-day moving average is right there at 330. So it's right at that level. I don't want to call this is going to be one that's going to move because I don't see any news on it. In the last 3 days, we've seen some huge moves percentage-wise on low float stocks. Typically, though, they have some news. Okay, I don't see any specific news on this one today. That doesn't mean it's not going to move, but I'd like to see some news. Cook. This is an earnings play. Cook, C-O-O-K, earnings play. Gap down on earnings. This is a lifetime low also. So this could show up, excuse me, in the 10-day daily breakdown. In fact, I would say for sure it's going to show up. I mean, 288,000 already. Needs 500,000 to make that filter. Keep an eye still on this ALLG. When I first saw it this morning, it actually popped over 20 again. Well, there it is again. So it is up 15%, 16%. Of course, this did get a high. I think I still have my price alert set up here around $24 for ALLG. FSRD. Don't see any specific news on it. Not a low float, 49 million. Don't see any specific news on it. Keep scouring these headlines. iRobot, IRBT is gapped up. Low volume, at least when I saw it. Yeah, pretty low volume. I think Northland has put a price target of $85 on them. So I don't know if that's the only reason for the pop-up, but Northland Capital upgraded to outperform price target of $85. All right, I'm just hearing this one right here. Oh, it's underneath the dollar. AMPE, big move, 61%, huge volume, trading higher after Alliance Capital Partners initiated coverage on the stock with a buy rating and a $4.50 price target. Why not when you're a 68-cent stock? Okay, so that is the reason. I don't know who these guys are. This Alliance Global Partners Group is, but they're pumping this one. Momo, China stock, earnings play, gap down. MOMO. And another China stock, TCOM, earnings play, gap up. You know, I saw this one yesterday, didn't really pay that much attention to it. And look what it's done today. So FEMY hit a high at 239. Okay, it's pulled back quite a bit. When I first saw it, it was up almost $3. So that was it was up in this area. I don't see any news on it. Didn't see any news on it yesterday either. See if LGVN, see if it's holding its gains. Yeah, 746 down to 7. Again, I don't see any specific news on it. Came right in. In fact, that was one I was really eyeballing for a potential short. Got right into the 200-day moving average, 766. Close. And then it fell back. BVXV. Is it holding its gains? Not bad, holding its gains. Some kind of a research, trading high after the company announced it signed a definitive collaboration agreement for the development of a pipeline of innovative nano-sized antibody therapies. Okay, so that is some news on BVXV. Be big. I know this was social media yesterday. So kind of, yeah, another 10% pop. 3 million or 3.3 million have traded. Big float. Always found this one a little strange. 122 million in the float. KBH, home builder. KBH, was it down too much? I don't think. Yeah, only 2%. Home builder released earnings. And Hook, guys. Hook. We had Cook, and now we've got Hook. Yeah, now this one, not a low float. So it's an earnings play, actually. It is an earnings play. Give me a moment here as I just make an adjustment to one of my lists. All right, LICY, I don't think I saw that one. Is it under $1? Probably if it's under $1, I haven't seen it. No, it's not under $1. Okay. Yeah, haven't seen it. Yeah, I mean, it's down 5%. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it. All right, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, 9/11 right now. So let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have from the analysts this morning. This is from briefing.com. See if there's anything interesting. Not too many of each. We actually have a upgrade for rig, which was last week's trade of the week that didn't pan out, but I think it was moving to yesterday, certainly. And with oil prices starting to, in fact, I haven't checked my oil prices this morning. I'll do that right after I get these upgrades and downgrades in. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I got the downgrades in now. I think I saw a downgrade for Alcoa from Goldman. Let me just do a quick check on that. Morgan Stanley, okay. A couple of downgrades for Cook. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. And let's take a look at Alcoa. Morgan Stanley has downgraded Alcoa. I don't know if that's, well, it seems to be having an effect on the stock price this morning. Alcoa cut at Morgan Stanley as the good news is already priced in. Here's your headline. All right, good morning, Real. Keeping an eye on that ALLG, longer it holds over 20. Again, nothing surprises me anymore. If it takes out this high right there of, this was after hours actually, I didn't realize that. It's probably just a brief blip up there. I would consider this more the highs. $22.36. Let me back this out just a little bit. I think, oh no, I'm wrong. Oh, interesting. So the actual high, okay, the actual high yesterday was around 23.91, and the high in the pre-market was 23.95. So somebody tried to pop it above that high, but it didn't work. Yeah, huge amount of shares. Yes, you just have the feeling it's going to take these highs out at some point. This is not a recommendation. This is not a prediction, but you can just kind of sense the way this is trading. See, that's the last candle. So there's where it closed. It closed at around 750 or so. Of course, this is an EV play. All right, this one is just kind of sneaking into my gap ups. WLMS. It's a high looking left on that monthly chart is 2, and then the next high is 339, so it's got some room if it can take out 2. Let's see if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. Fairly low float, 22 million in the float, WLMS. Okay, I am now just looking again to see if there's anything else that's coming in. I did see this HEPS. It did have fairly good volume, HEPS. Didn't see any. Now I see some news on it. Now I see some news after the company announced. Oh, it's sorry, it's an earnings play. That's why I should know that. Yeah, so they released, so HEPS. The reason I didn't get too excited about it is because to me anyway, it looks like there's a lot of resistance between the 220 mark and the 240 mark. It's not a low float, 98 million. So, the big gap up may be over. Well, Momo, of course, is China stock. It's at a not quite an all-time low. The China stocks right now, KWEB. Let's take a look at KWEB and see what the market looks like in the pre-market. So nothing really, I mean, slightly down, but no real direction yet for the China stocks. And I mentioned them, of course, because over the last week and a half, they have been probably as a group the single most I don't know, actively traded group, but the ones that give us the most volatility during the day, which volatility can lead to trades, of course. But of course, what we're looking for, volatility, I should rephrase it. The volatility, what we're looking for is something that is trending, which we found in about 3 or 4 days last week with the KWEB. 919, let's take a look at the sectors and see what's happening before the market opens. All right, so the market is, of course, due for a positive open, which is reflected by most of the, in fact, all of the ETFs for the major sectors are up. So, again, if you're new to this, XLE, that's a major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up the sector. 85% of them are above yesterday's close. That's what these percentages refer to. So you can see virtually, well, every single sector is doing quite well as we speak compared to yesterday's close. Financials 90%, technology 84%, communications 90%, etc. Now this can change, of course, in a heartbeat. Look at this 15 minutes from now, an hour from now, it could be radically different. Was that a short piece by Blue Orca? Okay, LICY. Well, it definitely had an effect for a while anyway. It is rebounded 50 cents from the lows. Welcome, Sam. What I read was partial opening of the Russian market. Okay, so when I typed in Yandex just to see what was happening, see if it was, it's still, so this is what I read. Well, I didn't dive into it, but this is the headline that I saw. Russian stock market to partially reopen on Thursday. So I don't know what that means. Only 32 stocks. Did they list them, William? Was Yandex one of them? I mean, that's one of the bigger ones. I love it. A fatal combination of stock promotion, brutal governance, broken business, and unlike accounting. Yeah, they got all the buzzwords in there. No, we like garbage as long as we get on the right side of it. Let's take a look. Yeah, you're right. LLL is popping. The high is 444. The high, the body of that candle is 444. So if we discount the topping tail, no news on it. Again, this was a China stock 2 days ago. Had the huge lift, 717. Pulled back quite a bit though. There was a $3 pullback almost. Did have some news. I can't remember what the news was exactly. Oh, that's right. Signed a U.S. $60 million sale. Kodak. Let's take a look at Kodak. See what it's doing. The memer's got a hold of it. Not really. Just sitting at that 200-day moving average, 633, just a little bit above it. There's the VWAP. I see. Okay, so it's only the Russia stocks that, as they say, primarily list on. I guess they have an exchange. So anything listed in the U.S. is probably not going to trade for a while still, which includes, of course, the index, YNDX. No, I did read about how they want what Gazprom, whatever it's called, that they supplies gas to Europe. They want to be paid now in rubles. Okay, just looking again to see if anything is creeping in here. I did see this IXHL, guys. I did see it. The volume was very low. It's actually picked up quite a bit now. When I first saw it, I mean, the volume was really bad. But the volume has really picked up. IXHL. Of course, this one, now I remember this one. This was one of those crazy ones. Almost got to $100. This is, how many days ago? Not that long ago. Man, it seems like a lot longer ago. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days ago. And the second day it tried, got up to 90 before it absolutely collapsed, and now it's, sitting down here, trying to do a little move. I do see some news. They're going to be acquiring a company for $93 million. Okay, that is the IXHL. We have no float information on it. So what I'm going to do is put an alert here at 1433 and just see if it takes out that high in the pre-market. Of course, let's see, next high looking left is 1543 for IXHL if it wants to get going. And that's all traders are looking at, guys. They're just looking at this nonsense that happened a few days ago. Give me a moment here, just adjusting some lists. Like here's one of the flyers from yesterday. It was okay. It just didn't last. CELZ looks like it wants to take out the low now of yesterday. No, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, the news on Uber is pretty interesting. I wonder if that cuts Lyft out, if that's like an exclusive New York City cab deal, and that Lyft cannot get into it either. Haven't even looked at GME or AMC this morning. GME, okay, GME, sorry. JD is on the way down here, guys. Not an earnings play. It's China stock. JD on the way down here. Wow, this is interesting. What has it got down here? $58. 58 looks like there's some sort of support. There's a couple of days at that level. China's Weibo will evaluate options following SEC addition under et cetera, et cetera. So okay, so that's WB. Weibo is WB, right? So WB, a little bit of downward pressure. So this is what I'm looking at here. And does JD have a stake in WB or something? So this is the list of U.S. Yeah, so a list of the U.S. listed that faced risk of being delisted. Thank you, William. Just one moment, please. All right, everybody. Yeah, the market's going to open in about 10 seconds from now. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes, let things kind of settle down. So we'll see what happens once this market opens, see what happens to some of the ones that were flying in the pre-market. Do they give it up, or do they have any sort of extension? And we are now open. All right, just looking at a couple of things here. How's Uber doing? Is Uber holding? Not really. It's starting to drift down. All right, so this Cook is an all-time low now. Cola, NKLA, is not quite taking out the pre-market highs. Pre-market highs just over $11. And look at that, there's a 200-day moving average. So the pre-market highs got right to the 200-day moving average. So that could stall it. That could stall Nikola. I mean, they did have some news this morning. I guess production is starting with their truck. Okay, I'm not seeing any of our pre-market poppers. I'm not seeing that they are persisting. BVXV is sort of hanging tough. BVXV, excuse me, it's hanging tough here. 14 million in the float, over the 200-day moving average. The next high looking left is 240, and then after that is $3. So, I mean, it's got some room to the 240 level, and if it found its way through that, then you're looking at 3. Again, this is, I'm not predicting it's going to get there, just showing you where the next highs are. The encouraging thing, if you're looking at this, is that it's holding. You know, it hasn't dropped. This is not shortable for me. There, in fact, well, there's a little pop, guys, and some volume coming in. Look at the volume, 21 million, 14 in the float. So it's traded the float basically 1.5 times now. But it is early. Okay, I'm looking at KWAB. So it looks like the China stocks. China stocks now are weakened again. Here's PDD. PDD. AMC, they kind of ruined it. What do you mean by that? Fresh, guys, FRSH. This is not an, okay, it's not an earnings play. I thought it might have been an earnings play. Freshworks, FRSH. This is gapping down. Didn't really see it in the pre-market. The reason being is that it really didn't do anything until 15 minutes before the market opened. A little bit of a gap down. Moving down, the next low looking left is 1940, sorry, is 1757, is that right? 1796 is the next low looking left. So 18 could hold it up. So let's take a look at the market. NASDAQ's up a little, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. First candle though is red, so be prepared if you got long something immediately. You know, just make sure you understand that the market is, as we speak, against you right now, depending what you're in. News on View. Saw View a couple of days ago, I think. Yeah. Well, okay. I mean, I do see that there is some news. Do you not have our headlines, or who's your broker, Denver? I thought it was IB. But it's right here. Selected for HealthPeak's third large-scale life sciences development in San Diego. All right, LILM, what are you doing? 417 on the alert. Ooh, this could be interesting, LILM. See if there's any news on it. I don't see any specific news on it, but it is moving here, guys. LIL, wow, just moved again. The next high looking left is 433. After that, 510. And it's not a low float, 81 million in the float, so it's not a crazy low float. It is shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers. I don't see any specific news for it. Well, so much for that short report for LICY. Has rebounded in a huge way, actually. $1. It's actually gone positive. LICY. Another EV. Wow, look at this EV player. Oh my goodness, Candy. KNDY, DI. Used to always think of this as being one of the ones to go to if you didn't want to trade NIO, LI, or XPAV, just because it was a little bit cheaper and it had good moves. But man, is this in the... This has gone completely off the rails, really. All right, guys, KBH, well, straight down on the 2-minute chart from 35 down to 33.55. Earnings play, KBH. Dirts, you're right, DRTS just got halted. Keep an eye on the ALLG, guys. It's over 20 again. It's been very, very volatile the first, well, I would say for the last hour and a half or so, but it is now over 20 again. ALLG. I am watching this one to see if it takes out, say, probably the 22 level, and then starts to run from there. So DRTS, yes, it just got halted. Alpha Tau, sounds like a fraternity. Alpha Tau Medical Limited. Next high looking left is 1465. Ooh boy, look at this. Look at this potential open, guys. So there's the halt at 1405 and the potential opening around that 1490 mark. This can change, of course. This is, if it's a 5-minute halt, it will open at 9:41 plus 39 seconds. But again, this can change. And we have no float information on it. When you say a TI trade, RKDA, what do you mean by that? All right, this FSRD, a little pullback. This was active in the pre-market. Do I see any news? I don't see any news on it. I don't see any specific news for this pop. 49 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float situation. I don't see any news on it whatsoever. FSRD, fast radius. What are they, an EV play? No, it's not. Cloud Met, so it's a cloud play? Okay. So I don't understand what you mean. Trade ideas, RKDA. Nice. I don't understand what you mean. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. You got to be a little more, yeah. Okay. I need more information. All right. Tilray, guys. Tilray. Tilray starting to inch its way down. Wow, this is getting even better. If you were lucky enough to get in before this halt for the DRTS, the last time we looked, it said 1490, 1490. Now it's 1510, 1510. Again, that's, absolutely does not have to hold, of course. Ooh, too bad, guys. Well, I don't too bad, but ALLG just got halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down. Nothing is triggered for me. I've got my alert set up here, so nothing triggered for me to even attempt to take this one. Well, all eyes on DRTS now. And it's going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Okay, it got halted at 9:36, so we are now 9:42, so this is maybe going to be a 10-minute halt. Yeah, LL, is it over the body of that candle? Just at it. It's 2 days ago, had the big run again to 7 something, and it just got halted. So LLL just got halted. So we've got some halts, interesting halt actions already. DRTS certainly could be the interesting one once it resumes. This is the all-time high over here at 14.99. I think, wait a minute. Yeah, so 14.99 is the all-time high, and you can see right there. I mean, there is now. See how the projected open now has dropped a little bit from 15 or whatever. I think it said. I think I had 15 before. So now you see how it's starting to drop. Man, anybody who was in this one was hoping for a 5-minute halt. The longer this goes, you know, this can start to drift down. So guys, if you're wondering what this is about the GAN, this is just a holdover from yesterday in the simulator. I didn't exit it out, so that's just a holdover from yesterday, demonstrating how you can use our simulator. All right, bottoming tail for the SPY now. Sellers were trying to knock it down a little bit, but buyers somewhat are in control. Yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, you imagine if you were holding this one, got in before the halt, and you're watching that at 15. See how it's starting to drift down? You're screaming, open it, open it. All right, guys, I'm not seeing anything. The LLL is interesting. I mean, it's still at the high right there of the body of that candle, which is about 446. So it's just sitting there. Lots of volume. It's going to eat. Well, it's going to trade the float. Obviously, today it's already traded the float, basically doubled the float. All right, so this is a gap up and reverse figs. Gap up and reverse. So the stock gapped up, and now it's starting to reverse. Same thing with Nikola NKLA, a gap up and reverse. Somewhat the theme right now, guys. We're not seeing too many of the ones that were moving in the pre-market that are sustaining that trend. KBH, guys, 33.64. Ooh, that's why I don't like taking these early. KBH, I mean, it hit the 10-day daily breakdown, but look at the pop. Tough trading, first 15 minutes. Which is why I don't usually do it. Look at the FEMI, F-E-M-Y, you know, got up to what, $3? Goes all the way back down to 225. Let things settle down a little bit. All right, yeah, DRTS opened and whoa, so that didn't matter. Look at that, it's going to get halted again. It's going to get halted again. Wow. Just got halted again, guys. Open. Well, so this is the crazy one, obviously, for today. All-time high now. Problem is, I mean, it's so extended now. Hard to know where it could possibly go. Next. I'm sorry, is it next or next? We've got two of them. Next. And we have next. Obviously not remotely related, but both moving higher. NEX, so energy play. Oh, look at this, 461 on my my alert. Now 495 for LLL. Absolutely exploded through the high of that candle. It's interesting because it's sort of not the high of the candle. Sorry, the body of that candle 2 days ago. Kind of sat there for several minutes. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. No wonder is hanging there. I forgot it was halted. That's why it was hanging there. The LLL. I'm going to see if we have any other provider has float information for this one. Sometimes it's really tough when they first start out trading to get a handle on the float. Yeah, so 30 looks like 34 million shares outstanding, and no float information, but 34 million shares outstanding, and that is for the DRTS. Wow, this is just ripping now, guys. The LLL is just absolutely ripping. Opened, held, over 5. Who knows? Maybe it will challenge that high of 2 days ago, the 721. So there's the alert from my watch list at 461. That was on the open, I guess. That was, when I say on the open, that was once it resumed trading. Okay, give me a moment, please. guys, let's see how well this Triple L holds the 5 mark. Here's a very small EV player out of Canada, VEV. It's trying to do what we call a gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. Obviously, it's got room. Yesterday's high was 363, fairly low float, 30 million. Again, I'm just pointing these out. These are not recommendations to take trades. I have to constantly emphasize that. I'm just pointing ideas out, okay? But, I mean, the high yesterday was 240, so it's right at the high of yesterday. I don't know what happened here exactly. Okay, this is okay. They're looking to raise $12 million. Okay, so that's the reason for the drop. And you know, so consequently, probably issuing more stock. So shareholders hate to be diluted, so that's usually the reaction. Company announces they're going to raise money. Look at China now, guys. Remember KWAB was really doing not much in the pre-market. See, not much in the pre-market, market open, and so I would say, you know, almost all China stocks are doing this. TCOM, I noticed, you know, had earnings and it's still probably positive. Yes, mildly positive. It had earnings, a gap up on earnings, but now being dragged down with the rest of the China market. All right, we're pouring some more coffee, guys. Very choppy on the SPY, guys. Look at those. Look at the first two 15-minute charts with these bottoming tails on the SPY. Look at all these bottoming tails, in fact, even in the pre-market. Sometimes I discount that, but you know, the market opened, and that was a red candle down here. Buyers took it back up. Sellers tried again. Buyers are somewhat in control right now. All right, let's take a look at FEMI from here. 257. So if I look left, I'm going to see 269 is the next high looking left for FEMI. I think that's just too close. You know, had the next high been up around 3, I would have said, okay, that's worth a shot. You know, from 250 to 3, good percentage move. I just look at this high, though, at 261. That's only 11 cents away. To me, that's just too close. There's not enough room. What did it do in the pre-market? I actually got up to 3 in the pre-market, though, so... Well, my alerts have just dried up. Okay, resumed. DRTS resumed. What did it pop up to? Got up to what, 19? Pulled back a little bit here. This one is not shortable for me, so not that these are really, really difficult to do. I either go long or short right now. I mean, obviously, massive gaps, but not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers anyway, so don't have to worry about that. What I would be doing, maybe, it takes out 18 again, maybe take a nibble if it takes out 18 again. Well, I was pretty quick. I had no time to nibble. And no news. No news that I can see. I'm just waiting to see if it gets halted again. Oh, it's going to take out. Wow, looks like it's going to, well, I'm just going to say take out 20. It just did, briefly anyway. No news. Not that I can see. Anybody have any sort of news other than the fact that it's, it's a new trader from the 8th? Well, Pavlin, so far you're short, looks like, short of GMEs, doing okay. What a wild opening 15-minute candle, high of 137, low of 128. As usual, GME has just big ATR. It was over 12 yesterday. Let's see if that is, yeah, look at that, $13 ATR for now for GME. Oh, you're long. Excuse me, I thought you were short. Sorry. Well, good luck. I thought you were short, Jamie. Keep an eye on this Weber, guys, if it takes out 1030. It's got some room, it'd be more like a kind of a mini scalp play maybe. If it takes out 1030. Had earnings a few days ago on the 11th. I'm sorry. They had some news. Could have sworn they had earnings on some day and it got hammered down. Maybe this day right here. And then it completely recovered. Okay, I know, Zach, you're short LLL. I'm starting to eyeball it now, though, after that pullback. I don't know if you're still short. I want to go against you. Oh, you covered it. Okay. I'd like to see you take out 5 again and see if it runs from there. All right, this high flyer this morning absolutely fizzled out. Not shortable for me, FSRD. WLMS is stopped. Nope, just not trading very much, but it's not stopped. At least according to Interactive Brokers, and our Pulse resumes, it is not stopped. All right, guys, here's maybe a little VWAP play. This Cook crossed above the 708 is the VWAP. You know, again, it's down for the day. I'm really considering only looking at these ones when they're up for the day on the upside or down for the day, but it did pop. Yeah, that's why I put an alert at 5 for Triple L. I'm looking at these VWAP plays as more like little scalp trades. You know, I mean, they don't, especially if they're down for the day. Like I literally just scalped out of this Cook. I'm just showing you again. We put this one together yesterday. This is Shady's. This is mine. Cook 711 708 was the cross, or 711 was the alert. I didn't get it right at 711, but I'm looking at, especially if the stock is down for the day. I mean, it had bad news. It had earnings, so it's not like, you know, unless the, wow, look at the market. I know I'm, look at the market. Look at this big green candle here, guys. We're going to say unless the market really recovers also. But this, you know, this is an earnings play. I mean, it was hit hard on earnings. Well, hopefully nobody got hurt by this one. I mean, if you know, it would have been hard to get it in after any one of the halts. If you were lucky enough to get in before the first halt, you know, gold, almost a double. All right, guys, there's NKLA taking out, well, briefly anyway, the 10 mark. Big psychological number, in my opinion. The next low looking left is way down, well, $9. All right, DRTS just resumed. Yeah, this is a little late. Yeah, so so this is one that's a little bit late. The IOVA got the alert at 1682, and the VWAP is at 1658. So that's a little late. But again, needed the confirmation on volume. Now maybe it pulls back to the VWAP a little bit and then bounces off it. Maybe it gives us a trade. At least it is up for the day, at least. This Nicola continues to drift, make its way down, and KLA. Not in this one. Boy, that was a tough spread. Looking at 1723, 1745, 58 right now for the DRTS. So if you got that at 1728, that's pretty good. But I don't have to tell you to be careful. JD, I guess they must have ties with Weibo, right? WB, they must have some kind of an investment in Weibo, or Weibo has an investment in them. WB. Yeah, I mean, down through that whole number, the next low looking left is 57.75, so that is about $2 away. It's just outside the price range that I normally trade, but certainly it does look interesting. And good luck trying to, you guys, I know some of you really follow this MULM. I mean, look how choppy it is. Just choppy. All these topping tails on the daily chart. Not able to hold the gains. How did that ESOA end up doing? ESOA? No, not yet. So this is still, again, we have it listed as a pink sheet stock, guys, so it is not. I guess they had an uplisting to NASDAQ today. Our provider didn't have that information for us yet. All right. Well, the good news, I guess, for the DRTS, I mean, it's kind of holding that 17 level. And see if it can form a decent base at 17, and then move from there for you. Did this just get halted? L? Ah, son of a! I was wondering why they wouldn't fill me. Trying to get a fill at 5:05, and it just got halted. Well, we'll see. We'll see if that's a good thing that I didn't get a fill. LLL. I was trying to remember. I was saying I wanted to get it just over 5, so it just got halted. Well, we'll see what happens when this opens. See if it was a good thing I didn't get in at 5:05 or a bad thing. Hard to know right now. You know, there's the halt at 5:13. And again, if you're wondering, this is from Interactive Brokers. This is not anything to do with trade ideas. Yeah, no, I wanted to get. I was waiting for a 5 break. Took it and went in at 5:05. And then I saw, you know, at 5:13 it was sitting there, and I thought, okay, do I raise it? Do I raise it? And then I thought, no, oh, this is a little bit strange. I mean, I couldn't get it. I mean, you know, it was already halted. Actually did not look at oil prices today. Forgot to check. All right, so we are, okay, WTI slightly negative and Brent slightly negative. I mean, you know, we're not talking about any big collapse here. Whoa, Cook. I'm not in this anymore, but it came right back up. Back to the VWAP, my favorite play now. Back to the VWAP and then bounced off it. Well, let's see if there's going to be a 5-minute halt. This will open at 10:17 plus 19 seconds, so another couple of minutes before this opens. If it's going to be a 5-minute halt, and I'm talking about the triple L. Yeah, guys, questions, and off topic, okay? Off topic. There are a few rules in the room. Major rule, though, stocks only is for stocks only, okay? Stocks only. Specific stock you're talking about, not general topics. Even if it's stock related, put that in off topic, okay? You're talking about the green and red ALP. This green and red here. This is just a smart. It's a stop and a target. If you don't like it, okay. I mean, if you don't like it, then you just have to right click and go to properties and then uncheck the show smart risk levels. Okay. Then it'll disappear. But in essence, what it's saying is that if you took the trade right now on, like anytime you click on an alert. If you took this LPS right now, the stop is here at 491 or so, and the target is just double it. I mean, it's no fancy math. Just double the difference between the entry and the stop. Okay, that's all that. It's just trying to give you a bit of a visual guide. You know, you can use it or not, of course. So that's all it is. It's just a visual guide for getting into a trade. And the system is saying, okay, here is something that we've generated called a smart stop based on 15-minute candle volatility, the high and the low of the day, and it gets fed in to the system and it generates a stop. Of course, it changes all day long, every time. Okay, so if you don't like it, just right click and go to properties, and then at the very bottom it says show smart risk levels. If you uncheck it, it disappears. Okay? Yeah, I would have been trading it out like mad, but oh well, it got up to 560. It pulled right back down. Yeah, for instance, GN, if you're just going to say something like, what do you guys think about Tesla? That is more off topic, okay? We're trying to keep the stocks only to specifically, like LLL, looks good over 5 or something to that effect, you know what I mean? LLL, I'm in this one, things like that, as opposed to just sort of general, where do you think the market's going? Where do you think Tesla's going? Where do you think? That's all. That came in gap up and reverse. That was TCOM. We mentioned this one big pre-market high on earnings, pop, I should say, on earnings. But you just got to keep an eye. You want to play the China stocks. Have KWEB somewhere, okay? It's kind of your general proxy for the China stocks. So, we didn't know that TCOM was going to drop like this, but it came down in my gap up and reverse. There it was, 24.52. Well, I'm telling you, LLL is a miserable one. I mean, that is not an easy one right now. So this is what's preventing me from taking the OR. Now it's a gold play, of course. Gold may be strong. I don't really know overall. I don't really know. But if you look left, you'll see some highs: 1342, 1338, 1334, and that's basically where it was. Why I see it at all is that it just crossed the VWAP. But I just don't like the fact that it's got maybe this area to take out. Now, if gold starts to rush, haha. I'm going to stick an alert at 1341. I just want to take a look at gold overall, the ETF for gold. What is it doing? Yeah, it's starting to inch its way up. So this OR could be really interesting if it takes out that 1340 area. It's a little bit above the VWAP now. All right, so this is a SPAC that just started trading. RFACU just started trading. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play, MOV, and it's starting to drift down. MOV, the Movado Group, earnings play. It's still up for the day. Not very much volume. I mean, it's 16 times normal. This doesn't trade very much, obviously, for 190,000 shares to be 16 times normal. But it is starting to drift down. MOV below, well, it's at the low of the day, of course. Yeah, this doesn't look good now, guys. John, I'm sure you're out of the trade now, DRTS. I'm sure you must be out, unless you had an incredibly huge stop on it. I'm not in this one anymore, but this actually had a decent move. Cook, had to pull back and then a nice little move up here. Where was it? Well, I think it triggered at 7:11. All right, LILM is moving over the VWAP. Okay, 420 is the VWAP, so it's over the VWAP. Next high looking left is 5. Mentioned this one a little earlier. And it's not a low float. Don't see any news on it. See nothing on it. Right, this is one of those evols. Now let Real answer that. He said no. Okay. A long in LLL probably has to get over 5 again. You'd be giving up some, but I mean, it is a really difficult trader. I mean, getting up to 570, dropping down to 450, they're big percentage moves. Guys, keep an eye on the OR. I mean, the OR, as long as if gold is moving, GLD is moving, I mean, this is right at these levels here. The high 3 days ago was what? 1338, and the high the day before that was 1342. It takes that out. I mean, look at the room it's got, okay? It's got about $1 until the next high looking left. Not saying it's going to get there, even if it takes it out. But if gold is still, there's your proxy. You want to put gold up on a chart, to see how gold is moving. And OR could definitely move along with it. And of course, OR being I thought it was I was going to say it was a Canadian. It is a Canadian company. Where are they out of? Montreal. Where's Vicky? Okay, guys, 10:27. Any reason why Riven? Yeah, probably. I mean, look at the other EEV plays. I mean, I don't know specifically why, but all right, guys, it's now 10:28. So, first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen live on the mic. And as always, I start off with my home page. Yeah, the LLL is, again, you got to be careful on it, of course. Okay, I just popped my homepage link in. If you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. So you want to take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's your promo code you can use. Barry 4 Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on Get Trade Ideas. This is how much it costs. So the big annual premium plan is $2,000 less the 15, so that'll bring it down to what, 1,800? 1,700, sorry, 1,700. This will bring this down to 850, okay, with the 15% discount. The big difference is the AI. Couple of trades, nothing shaking really though, nothing fabulous. But that's what the AI looks like. But that is typically, and I'll go over that in a little bit, but that's typically why people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to go on an annual subscription. In fact, don't. If you don't know 100% sure that or if you're not 100% that you want this product, start off with a monthly. 118, 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you do maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time you want to upgrade, we'll honor the 15% promo code. In other words, upgrading from a monthly to an annual. So please, if you're new to Trade Ideas, spend 30 minutes and take a look at this. This is new. This started on Friday. So let's get started. Okay, let's get started. Episode 1, download and installation. Episode 2, first startup and login, etc. Okay, so take the 30 minutes and watch this. Okay. It's a software program. There is a learning curve. All right, Trade of the Week. Trade of the Week is sent to you before, this is free. These are 3 free sections I'm going to talk about right now. The Trade of the Week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video that I do at noon Eastern, and the education. So we have, that's what I would start off with right there. But then you want to dive into it in a little more detail. We have a great user guide. All sectioned, alert windows, top list windows. You want to learn more about stock racing, okay? You click on this, you're going to see this is what it looks like. So we've got a couple of videos, a lot of text that really explains what the stock racing is all about, okay? And notice this is I clicked on this. This is all searchable. So the full table of contents, you click on that, and this is all searchable. So the guide is excellent, but I would start off with the 30 minutes of the getting started. Daily support sessions. So today is Thursday. So at noon, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And today it should be Jamie. Okay, now I'll confirm that before I leave for my break, and I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want to. And of course, Chris Farley, Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 in our YouTube room. So we have a lot of support. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. Starts off with what is a stock? So if you're new to trading, a great little series, all free. Now, you want my scans? This is the scan section. Here are all the scans that I am sharing, okay? So, a lot of information on these 2 sections, plus this one. So save my link, then you can look at these 3 sections anytime you want. Okay, just give me a moment. Okay, so I showed you how I am sharing a lot of my scans. Okay, so if you don't want to build your own scans, you can take a look at my scans. Also, if you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then Dock Channel Bar, and you will see we have a lot of theme-based channels. Each channel has some scans. So if you saw this one, I always like to show the momentum channel. It's very popular. So if you wanted this one, if you wanted this alert window right there, first of all, you can always, with my scans also, if you right click, configure, summary, it's going to show you what the scan is looking for. So if you like it as it is, in other words, you don't want to maybe change a price range or change anything else or add anything, if you like it the way it is, then all you do is you save it to the cloud. Okay? Why am I saying that? Because now you can go to another scan. You know, you want to track ETFs all day long. You know, here's an ETF layout. So if you wanted to follow them, you just save this to the cloud. So really, all I'm trying to show you is that you can go to the different channels, extract different scans that you might want, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time. File load from cloud. If you save them, you'll see them. You just highlight, load, highlight, load, highlight, load. And in that way, you can build your own layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay, now, of course, if you want to build your own scans, you can. We're a scanner. I mean, that's what we are. We are a scanner. It doesn't matter where you live in the world or who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. So if you want to build your own scans, no problem. Right click, configure, search, and these are all the alerts that we have. And if I scroll down to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So you notice that momentum scan that I showed you had filters and it had a trigger, an alert. So what we did as a company, instead of forcing people to learn a programming language, we thought, well, listen, what if we create enough alerts and filters that for the huge majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay? So no programming language to learn, but again, don't get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You don't have to learn them all. Think of it like a menu, you just kind of a la carte, pick and choose the ones you want, combine them to give them your good meal, okay? Holy smokes, I should have stuck this cook out. Did this ever work off that VWAP, guys? I scalped it for about, I think, 8 cents. Okay, man, what a move. Here was the VWAP. Actually, the VWAP at the time was 711, I believe. I think I got the alert at 708. Anyway, you might have it as a column, but not as a filter. Let me see if I can answer your question. Make sure I do know what I'm talking about. Yeah, it just may be a column. Okay, so this doesn't. All right, so I don't see the relative volume filter. High RV strategy, but let me just, okay, high relative volume. Yeah, it probably shouldn't be, and they're probably not getting any alerts. Let me just see. No, you see, oh, it's I guess in the alert fashion, as opposed to using it as a filter. Okay, I've never really thought about it. But I guess as an alert, it does work, okay, but not as a filter. It's a different metric. I know it looks the same, but it's a different metric, I guess. If you use that as a filter, though, you will, no data will come through. All right, guys, so I want to talk a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, this is how I would follow the AI. Just look at this window all day long, okay? Been very inactive this week, very inactive. I don't know what to expect for the balance of the week or next week, but all you do is this. Just click on New. All right, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. When you do that, this window will pop up, and then what I would do is just check the any profitable trades and just follow them all day long. Okay, that's what happens if you actually click on the channel, doc channel, and you click on the Holly AI. You notice there's just one now, and that defaults to the profitable. So, I use it as a watch list. That's all I use it for. Track the ones that are moving, the ones that are working during the day. I don't care about the ones that aren't. Not unlike, my watch list. I don't care about the ones, just because we get alerts doesn't mean that they're all excellent. So just concentrate on the ones that are actually moving. Not good for those of you who want to auto trade, but I can't help you there. You want to auto trade, you're on your own. And last, this window that we call Brokerage Plus. Now, Jamie will be in our YouTube room between noon and 1. He is a big user of Brokerage Plus. I am not, because what I do is I try to demonstrate using it as a simulator. But he has an E-Trade account, and he uses Brokerage Plus to trade. So if you have a lot of Brokerage Plus questions, save them up. In about an hour and 20 minutes, Jamie will be in our YouTube room, okay? But for the time being, I'm going to put the Brokerage Plus links in. Okay, so Brokerage Plus. So what I did was I put the Brokerage Plus links in. So there are 2 videos in this link. There's a short video that shows you that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window called Brokerage Plus to trade your account, okay? But don't worry, if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have this feature available. That's all it means. We're a scanner, okay? You can use any broker you want. But if you want to use this little feature to trade from within trade ideas, you need an IB or E-Trade account. And also only available if you're using our app. If you're using our web-based version, not available. The second video goes into way more detail about how you can use this. So you'll notice that there are 2 options underneath Brokerage Plus in our toolbar. One says live, one says sim. I like to show you how you can use it as a simulator. Paper trader, okay? Before you commit money to the market, please practice trading. Practice, practice, practice. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. If you want to just practice before you, determine who your broker is going to be, no problem. All you need is our standard service. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert. The symbol shows up. Pick how many shares you want to trade. Price. You're going long, you buy. If you're going to short it, you sell it. You can practice swing trading. Notice this was from yesterday. If I don't exit a trade by the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading using our simulator. All right, guys. So let me see what Vicky said about. Okay, just checking some of my some scans here, see if there's anything interesting happening. You guys were mentioning TCAT earlier. TCAT did show up in my option scanner at 319. Obviously, it must have pulled back at 1044. Well, right at 319. So it's right there. Well, I guess I mean the next high looking left is 312 on the daily. Let's take a look on the weekly, see what we can see. Next high on the weekly is 372. So I guess there is some room. There is some room for TCAT. Of course, it's a NFT play. They have not really performed, the NFTs. But today, for whatever reason, TCAT is starting to move. And I think Shady talked about it a little while ago. Who is your broker? Who's your broker that you could short DRTS? Out of curiosity. Ah, okay. CMAG. He said CMAG. Okay, LIQT just showed up really cheap. LIQT just showed up on the gap, the 10-day daily breakdown. Very cheap stock. All time, not an all time low. Wow, 13. Wow, even lower. It's an earnings play. LIQT. Well, OR did not move the way I was thinking it could move, but some of these other precious metal stocks are SSRM. Let me take a look at gold to see if it's stalled. Sort of. I mean, so OR is kind of following exactly what gold is doing, being a gold stock, of course. I was really thinking that if it could take this out in a big way, it had a shot to keep running to that 14 level. CMAG, CMEG is his broker. Somebody asked in our YouTube room. Oh, I see. You didn't know there were shorts. That there weren't shorts. Okay. Really? Jaime, DRTS is shortable at E-Trade? Really? Interesting. Yeah, if you're going to practice in the simulator, just generally, okay, if you want to take a short, make sure your broker has shorts available. Make it a little more real world so that no point, shorting something that you cannot short, and then because that's just not the way it would be if you're trading your real account. Well, I'm surprised that E-Trade has shorts for DRTS. Okay, guys, this is shortable for me. CISO is showing up on my watch list down. Of course, this was a big play yesterday. Security play, cybersecurity play. Moving down, you look left. There's a lot of room underneath. It's kind of a crummy spread though. 741, 749. You get it in between, that might be okay, but it just did, excuse me, it took out the high yesterday, which was 757. Okay, so whoever said E-Trade has shorts for DRTS, unless they just came on board. Somebody else is saying they don't have shorts in our YouTube room. They just checked. RMNI, let's take a look at Remini. RMNI, Rimini. And it is shortable at Interactive Brokers. I know that's why you said that, Real. It is extended, giving us maybe a shot to short it. What did it get up to here? High is 607, so it did take out that high briefly. It's a not crazy low float. Next high looking left on that, yeah, 604. The next high is 677 on the monthly chart. Well, I mean, if it bases somewhat a little bit, boy, it's got a lot of room. Yeah, I mean, it's got some room. If it can base here, I know you're looking to short it, but if it can base here, man, it's got some room. I'd be watching this for more of a base because it's got some room when you look left. Yeah, this is. I mean, I know you want to. I know you're looking to short this Real, or the idea was extended, therefore potential short. Lots of short. Oops, how many shorts available at Interactive Brokers? Yeah, a whole ton of them, 2.5 million. So certainly be interesting though if it can hold this level and then get some volume and move it because it still has a lot of room. Yeah, sterling. You're sorry. Yeah, I don't know how many people have sterling here. I mean, it's easy in IB, but I've never had sterling, so can't help you there. Anybody has sterling? Is there a way to find out if shorts are available easily? Now, the one trick I used to do, a bit of a pain, I used to do at when I had Questrade in Canada, was because there was not a way I could easily find shorts. I would just, let's say I wanted to short EVGO, I would stick one share and say I want to short one share at $100, some way 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 above. Stick it in and it would tell me immediately if shorts were available. So Bobby in our YouTube room has, has what was that broker again? Sterling. He says it's not easy to find. Well, good for you guys. It took the T. I mean, it showed up on my option scanner at 319, 339 now. Yeah, I see Grom. It's probably popping with. What is the one that got this one to move? No, no. Remember, this is kids. It was Kid Pick. Pick, P-I-K. Remember, this is kids. Then it popped Disney, and I think we looked at this on the same day it was moving. And Grom, we thought, well, maybe there's some kind of a social media platform for kids. Maybe we thought there was a bit of a sympathy play. Well, no, it won't be. It won't get executed, John. That's why it will not. It will never get. Let's say I tried to short Grom, at a dollar. It's $1.20 right now. If you put in a short at $100, it'll never get executed. Okay, because you're putting that's where you want to short it. Well, it's at $1.17. I mean, at least that's what I used to do with Questrade. It can't get executed. Well, unless it popped up to $100, which you'd love then. Okay. Wow, TKAT. Well, maybe the NFTs were. What was another one? Let's take a look at DLPN, see if it is moving. DLPN, yes, DLPN is moving, guys. So the NFTs, for whatever reason, are starting to move today. And the Hall of Fame, HOFV. What is the reason? See if I can find any specific reason why these NFTs are starting to move now. Don't see any reason. Yeah, then cancel it, of course, afterwards. Just, I mean, remotely, again, short TCAT at $100. Stick it in there, okay? And it'll tell you immediately if it's shortable, number one. And then, and it has to be, make sure it's a limit like $100, not and then if it's shortable, it'll tell you and it'll save your order. I mean, if it ever got up to 100, yeah, I would execute it. But hey, Shady, PGTX. I took this one, and not here at 23.92. I was in a bit of a loss for a bit, and then it just popped right back up. And that's that's just from Shady's VWAP cross. I liked it because it had the room to move and was over the whole number. All right, OR is now back. OR is now back. And so here's the PGTX. So why did I like it? Well, that's right, PTGX. Look at the room it had, all the way up to, I'm not saying it's getting to 25.70, but that's all I looked at. So as Real says, you have to analyze, you get an alert, you have to analyze it, see if it makes sense. I don't think there's a quick way to find if there are shorts available at E-Trade. William has E-Trade forever, and he says there's not a quick way to find it. I mean, it's insane. I mean, this is Interactive Brokers, it tells me exactly how many shares, and this is a real time. So as the shares get either snapped up or covered, you see this moving. So, but that's Interactive Brokers. I have no idea how you would do it in any other platform. But it seems crazy that in this day and age, that there's not an easy way to find out, like with IB, to find out if stocks are shortable in your platform. So that's what Pepe does with TD Ameritrade. Puts in a big dummy order way above the current price, and that'll tell you if it's available. Hey, Ija. Well, hopefully you guys took some profit on that TCAT. That's a big drop from 350 down to 317 on a percentage basis. Shoot, this was shortable for me too. Wow. Tell me, Shady, did you take that PGTX? So, guys, if you weren't here yesterday, this is one that I've had for a long time. The VWAP crossing. I decided to look at it. We started talking about the VWAP yesterday. Well, we've been talking about it for a long time. I haven't paid as much attention to it, but I decided to resurrect this one, crossing the VWAP. And then Shady's is here, and you can see that every time you get an alert, it's right at the VWAP, okay? So this one is a little bit different. It requires, if you notice, it says confirm by volume. Now, I haven't minded that because sometimes, you get an alert at the VWAP, but it can bounce up and down quite a lot. So how many, it may not be relevant. So the way Trade Ideas has designed it, and listen, not everybody is in favor of it, but you need some confirmation of volume. So for instance, here's the LBTYA. The alert was at 25.94. The VWAP was actually 25.85. So it's a dime away. Is that the end of the world? It shouldn't be. Okay, but at least you get a little bit of confirmation. So again, this is something that I am sharing if you want it. It's not in my scan section. I may get somebody to add that. It's not in my scan folder. No, not. I might get them to add it this weekend, but I can certainly share it. And what I'm finding is that it's giving some, well, for me anyway, it's giving some very interesting looks. These will not be, the LLL type trades. These will not be the trades that are going to go up 30, 40, 50%. But they may be, a lot more easy to take mentally. Now, the other thing too is, these the crossing down. I mean, look at the market. So, my bias certainly would be the cross ups based on what the market is doing. Oh, I see that WLMS woke up. Now, guys, look at this. What's the next high looking left? Whoa, this has got some room. 299 is the next high looking left for WLMS. I don't see any news on it. They had earnings on the 16th. It says they missed, but this is definitely interesting. I mean, just look at the room. I'm not telling anybody to take the trade, but you have to know that I'm interested. Wink. I mean, just look at the void. But again, it's up to you. It makes sense. Go for it. If it doesn't, don't take it. Where's the VWAP? Okay, it's above the VWAP, 204. I'm trying to limit the number of alerts that I get in my watch list. All right, I'm trying to get it to be a little more selective. I was finding getting too many. All right, guys, here's a pop for CTIC. Now that looks like it's coming into a lot of resistance, not that far away. And this is from Zach Scan, the topping plays from Zach, okay? And just look, I mean, look at the left here is 487. Left here is 462. So, I mean, I don't know if it had any specific news coming into it right now. A lot of volume just showed up. It's not a low, it's an earnings play, okay? After hours today, it's an earnings play. So maybe, maybe some are thinking, they're going to have good earnings. I mean, I never try to guess. like that, but sorry for the caps at the beginning, but that's what the above link is. I see you, gold miner. I see you talking about that MULN. I just find it very difficult to intraday trade. That's all. I mean, it can be. It's so choppy. Well, listen, this is getting so close to what I consider some big resistance for it. On the daily chart, just look left. I don't see any specific news other than the fact that it has earnings after hours, and again, maybe some newsletter or somebody's pumping out the fact, oh, earnings are going to be great. All right, guys, I took myself out of the WLMS trade. It's a little loss here. I'll look at it again. It did not. I had a little gain in it, but I needed more than that. So I'll take a look at it again if it gets back up to say that 219 level later on. Of course, if I were really playing this, it's bouncing. Maybe it'll hold. Maybe the VWAP will hold, and maybe it'll bounce off the VWAP. All right, guys, this is getting so close to coming into this resistance area. I mean, 462 and 487. This is for the CTIC. You may want to let it see if it gets a little bit higher, get closer to that 487. All right, I have to put an alert up here then. So it took that out, 462. It did take that out. So I'm just going to stick an alert around 470. See if it even gets it into the 470s. And I'm going to bracket my price alert. I want to put it, say, 461 on the way down. Yeah, that was kind of nasty, actually. I really thought it might start to run, but that was a big, even 15-minute, 5-minute, 2-minute, that wick. Wow, PTGX. Shady, did you take it? It's coming into, this area here. I mean, it's still got room to run. I mean, I don't think it's going to get through 25, but wow, that was a excellent one from that scan. Okay, guys, C-Tick is getting more interesting as a short. I mean, the longer it doesn't go up, we have this big topping tail here. Just wait and see if it takes this area out. All right, guys, I am not getting any new alerts. I haven't had one for a while now. Oh, except here. So this was a super active one, this U, and it just crossed the V, well, quite a while ago. So there is one where, it is about 17 cents away. So that's maybe a little bit too late. Yes. Yeah. Well, if you have the description, I may get rid of that because it's so obvious. I just have to, that's why I've got the VWAP here. I can just check it. It takes up a little room. But yeah, I mean, crossed up, crossed below. Green is up, red's below. Doesn't mean that the stock is necessarily above the close or below the close. Of course, this is just VWAP. No, that's mine. Now, I haven't, well, you can see right there. This is Shady's. This shows you right at the VWAP, okay? So you can see here's an alert, 486. The VWAP's at 486. So Well, this PTGX is just on a mission right here. So, I'm going to start bailing soon because I refuse to believe it's going to take 25 out. I'm in around 24.20. I had to, it moved down. It moved down just a little bit, 15 cents below. I was actually just getting set to bail, and then it just popped again. Well, CTIC just doesn't want to really move yet. Something crosses with it. Well, it's the VWAP. I mean, it's the VWAP cross. So the stock is crossing above the VWAP or below the VWAP. So, in mine, you'll see it. I mean, here's SES, 958. There's the VWAP, 962. So it's starting to inch its way down. So, I mean, if it crosses the VWAP, this one there has a volume confirmation in it, which some people don't like. It's just a straight VWAP cross, just a straight cross of that number. Okay, that's all it is. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Moving down below. How's that? The price is crossing the VWAP. I mean, that's what we call it. We call it the VWAP cross. Crossed above, crossed below. Okay. Holy smokes! Well, getting close to taking some off this PTGX. I don't want to keep typing it in incorrectly. PTGX. Getting closer and closer to 25. Boy, oh boy. Pretty dead now for me anyway. Now, I mentioned this one a lot earlier. It didn't really, well, it moved a little bit. The VEV, Canadian EV play, had earnings. I'm sorry, did not have earnings. I can't remember. Had this big drop. Oh, that's right. They're doing a financing. They are doing a financing. So it's slowly but surely recovering from the financing. Okay, you're making me look at Kodak, okay? Yeah, well, the high yesterday was 683, so takes that out again. Yeah, it could keep lifting. Wow, it took it out. I'm I'm just surprised. Never, ever, ever, ever would have seen this. You know, I don't think it's showing up on any other one of my scans. Well, I guess I have a stock to talk about anyway for my noon video. Look at the market. Market is, I mean, the market's obviously, I should say obviously, but it's helping it. It's not hurting it, that's for sure. That's why for these VWAP crosses, I'm really just looking at the ones that are going up. You know, with the market, probably will not try to take anything that's moving down. Why? You're going against the market. All right, Momo is actually having a resurgence. So Momo is climbing off the bottom there of 633. So it's put on about 50 cents. And the pre-market highs are around, you know what? I mean, if this takes out 7, this could have a bit of a run. The China stocks, you can just, you know, keep this. Look at the China stocks recovering. Momo is a China stock. Has specific news to it because it is an earnings play. So I doubt if it's going to, recover like a lot of the other China stocks. But, there's K-Web right there. Well, you can take a look at it yourself, John. Okay, I mean, just load it. Okay, I mean, there are some. Obviously, I've got some other, but just load the window and then just right click, configure. You'll see what this one is looking at. Okay, nothing terribly fancy. And then Shady's a little more, a little more. You can just take a look at it. This filter here is why it basically triggers right at the VWAP. But just load it. Take a look. Make adjustments if you want. All right, I have now taken some out finally of the PSTG, not the PST, the PTGX. Sorry. And don't like I mean, Shady's is Shady's in terms of his parameters. Okay, I can't comment on them. I mean, but that makes sense. So I do see why you guys are talking about Pure Storage. Of course, this is from Zach Scan, so it's almost, well, basically an all-time high now. PSTG, almost, well, it's an all-time high. See if there's any specific news on it. Don't see any specific news on it. Had earnings on the 2nd. See, to me, it's, I wouldn't be looking at this short yet at all. To me, it would have to take out probably, I mean, the first alert you got was 35.74 from a scan. I'd probably wait for a break of 70. And you still got a pretty tight stop, 15 cents or so. I mean, it's still hanging tough here. All right, guys, so CTIC is actually getting better in terms of where it may stall. 488 is the next high looking left. Well, I can't speak for real, but I mean, I'd have to be waiting for a break of 70 easily. So I'd be probably putting, not probably, I'll just stick an alert here. Takes that out. I mean, then it's got some room. I mean, your support area on a 2-minute chart anyways, around 35.20. 35.46, the low of that candle. But I mean, this is still strong. All right, I'm all out of the PTGX, all out of it. Interesting play for me anyway. I don't think we have anything with the small exchange. I'm surprised it's still there, Willowpuff. You're talking about in the dock channel bar? In the channel bar, the old channel bar? Yeah, I have no idea why it's still there. I can't open it because it's the old channel bar, and what would happen is my layout would disappear, so I cannot open it. But let me ask somebody at Trade Ideas. I'm surprised it's still there. Okay. Just ask the question, okay, Willow? I have no idea. I've never looked at the channel. So I've just asked the question. Yeah, that's the one I have. I have this one. I think this is all your personal preferences. I think. Don't look now, guys, but ALLG is starting to resurrect itself a little bit. Just a little bit. Let's see if I made that change from 2 to 5. Yeah, 5. But as Shady said yesterday, and I'll just emphasize, when you get the alert, remember, these are just ideas. You still have to analyze it to see, what is happening. And it's not just you get an alert, you take the trade. I don't want to beat it to death, but the only reason I took the PTGX is because I saw this. I looked left, I said, man, there's the high up here, so it had room before it hit anything. It worked. I didn't know it was going to do this, but that's why I took that. As opposed to what if I had seen that 15-minute candle and it was 10 cents above the alert, I wouldn't have taken the trade. But the good thing is that we don't get too many alerts, so it's not that hard. It's not like we're getting hundreds and hundreds of alerts, so it's not that hard just to take a look and do some quick analysis. And remember, you should have all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. And have some kind of a checklist. And if you can't check every box, don't take the trade. All right, so yeah, that channel shouldn't be there, Willow, okay? It's that simple. It shouldn't be there. It's a mistake. It's sort of a carryover. Just got the confirmation, okay? Yeah, it is inching its way down. In fact, there it just inched its way down to 35.69. Okay, I'm going to be taking a break in about 15 minutes, guys. So what I'm going to do is just pop the YouTube. Well, you know what? I'll wait. I'll wait closer to when I take my break. Jamie will be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And again, he's way more a user of Brokerage Plus than I am with his E-Trade account. So if you have questions, regarding using Brokerage Plus, in the afternoon, I'll show you how you can take some trades in the simulator. like to break it up now. How is Uber doing? Uber had some really good news for it, I guess, with the deal with the New York City taxi cabs. It's tough though. I mean, just don't hold their gains. I mean, way up to 35.66, comes all the way back down to 33, $2 drop. I mean, just my opinion, just hard to trade. Now, bounced off the VWAP, 34.27. Eventually, but so when it crossed the VWAP, I guess, I didn't see that. It wasn't, didn't make my scan for whatever reason. And I don't see it on Shady's. Obviously, some filters were not satisfied. But yeah, so a VWAP cross here would have worked very well. Yeah, so Wolfhound, if you go to my home page, and go to the scan section, you'll see Zach scans, okay? They're called Zach's bouncers and toppers. That's what we're talking about. So here's my link. So go to the home page, click on my homepage link, sorry, and then click on my scans, and here they are, Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay? It's on your end then, Sam. There's a YouTube setting. Make sure you're on, well, unless it's, well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, is it getting fuzzy for everybody? I should ask the people in YouTube. Make sure you've got the high definition setting within YouTube. I'm not doing anything, so I don't know what a fix would be. Yeah, so it's got to be on your end, Sam. Other people are saying it's all clear, so it's got to be on your end. Make sure, I don't know if you had it already selected, but select high definition. Within YouTube, there's a setting. And if you've got that selected and it's still fuzzy, then it's got to be something on your end, on your system. Yeah, so it's got to be something on your end, Sam. If it's not, unless everybody is telling me the same thing. So it's got to be something on your end. I don't know how to help you. If you do a refresh, maybe load it again. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting anything new. Now, you see, look at the ore. Now it's crossing below the VWAP, so not too exciting. Exactly, real. I mean, PSG may still fall, of course, but look at the market. So, it may fall, but it may not fall that much based on what the market is doing. Stress-free trading is good. Cool. What I would say is, I would say that when the market is going higher, some of these ones that are they have a better chance of falling. I'll try to explain what I mean. They have a better chance of falling even when the market's going higher than, let's say the market was really moving down and you're trying to play a bounce. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the more parabolic moves have a better chance of falling even when the market's moving higher than trying to play a bounce when the market is moving lower, if that makes sense. Just give me a moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. Yeah, just exactly what Real is saying. I mean, the market's moving higher, so you got to be careful of shorts, even if it looks excellent. All I was really trying to say though is that I'm not as reluctant to take a short when the market is moving higher on something that has been fairly parabolic. Way more reluctant though if the market is moving down to try to take a bounce. Way more reluctant to do that. Well, today when I do my next version of what makes this trade great, it won't be one of the crazy rocket ships that we've had for the last 3 days. It'll have to be something like the PSTG and try to explain, why it worked and what made it so good. The PTGX, I'm sorry, the PTGX. Triple L rearing its ugly head here, guys. LLL kind of crawling off the bottom. If it takes out 5, it could get going again. Okay, guys, so Jamie should be... he just is telling me now. I'm just going to ask him. So JB will be in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes, okay? I'm going to put the YouTube link in. Again, if you want a lot more detail about how you use this Brokerage Plus window, Jamie's your man, and he has an E-Trade account. So he trades his E-Trade account using this Brokerage Plus window, okay? Just going to delete that little, it's very, very mild, Zach, but unfortunately we have some sensitive people that, so that's okay, that's okay, that's okay. There you go, junk. Well, I kind of lost sight of the CTIC, guys, unfortunately, because now it's doing its thing. Got almost up to that. I guess I was waiting for the actual alert, see if and I just lost sight of it. But that has given a pretty nice little percentage move from the high 470s to 460, especially if it keeps moving down. I just lost sight of it. All right, now we're getting a little red bar here in the SPY. That could start to, like a PSTG. This could accelerate its downward move. It could. So if you took this short, guys, and maybe I did, maybe I didn't, but it doesn't really matter what I do. But right here, 35.54 is the next low on that 15-minute candle. So I think I'm going to paraphrase William again. Yeah, shorting stocks that are somewhat parabolic, even if the trend is against you, is what I guess that's another way to put it. So in other words, even if the market's moving higher, to short these things, to me, can work still pretty well. I'm not saying they work fantastically well. Rather than trying to, again, if the market is moving down and you're trying to play a bounce, I think it's way harder, way harder. So shorting the parabolic tops, even if you're going against a trend, is what I'm trying to say. Can work. Well, guys, again, ALLG above 16. If you're going to do this one, make sure you do not wander away from your computer. I wouldn't take a big size because, it can be up and down just like that. So Well, I don't know about an exit target, but I would be just very aware of that low of that 15-minute candle right there. You know, if it gets close to that and it starts to stall, I'd be definitely taking some out. Yeah, no body breaks. Definitely. Not if you're in something wild like that one. All right. Why would you be out of that short, William? I know why, because you're in for your little acorn. But man, oh man, the 5.8. Okay, let me take a look at the 5.8. I guess I was more fixated on the low of that 15-minute candle. So the 5.8, so it broke below it. So why would you be out? Other than the fact that it just touched it again? Is that why? Okay. All right. Hungry kitty staring at me just a minute. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement in here, and there he is. Okay, Jamie. So again, Jamie is in our YouTube room now. I'll just put the link in one more time before I do take my break. Okay, so just give me a moment. You can head over to YouTube. Jamie will be there between 12 and 1. Give me a moment. Put it in 2 of the locations. And again, if you have some Brokerage Plus questions, especially if you have an E-Trade account, you know, Jamie's your man. He uses Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. Okay, Jamie, I'll start our stop streaming right now. An E-Trade account, you know, Jamie's your man. He uses Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. Okay, Jamie, I'll start our stop streaming right now. An E-Trade account, you know, Jamie's your man. He uses Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. Okay, Jamie, I'll start our.
Okay, hi. I think that was a successful handoff there. Welcome everybody to the live support session. My name's Jamie. I'll be your host. And usually I'm your host for the full hour, but today you're going to get the 2-for-1 special. I have to attend a meeting at the bottom of the hour, so Chris Varley will be taking over at the bottom of the hour for the second 30-minute period. So the 2-for-1 special today is what you guys get. All right, so hopefully everybody can see my screen and hear me okay. Hello, Mike. I'm assuming that you can see and hear okay. Yeah? Okay, thank you, Wolfhound. Okay, guess we're good to go. All right, so let's just take a peek at the SPY for a second here. Little upward motion. Didn't quite get down to the low of yesterday, so maybe we'll move sideways for a little bit. Of course, today's Friday, or excuse me, tomorrow is Friday. So kind of setting up maybe for a move higher, but don't know exactly when yet. We'll see tomorrow. Hello, Jacques. All right, so just taking a look over here at my blotter. Not the biggest move in the market today, but boy, some of these smaller cap stocks have really been getting up and boogieing as of late. As you can see here, I've got my hugging the 10, and you know what? I forgot my pen, so let me grab that real quick. Hello to you as well, Iris. There is a way to see if shorts are available on E-Trade. I can't say that I know how to quickly access it. It's not something that I really worry about on the locates because I either send the order and it gets rejected or it gets filled. Most of the time, if you have to try to find a locate, a lot of the times that choice price has moved out of the way. But I do think it's available there as far as locates go. But the way I'm using this right now, it's largely in a testing mode so that we can keep it running smoothly. So as far as where to go with E-Trade, I couldn't tell you that off the top of my head right now. Sorry about that, Wolfhound. Can I try and build a scanner where stocks break out from a very long base with a very big volume? Well, if you're referring to a long base in the term of daily, then what comes to mind is just our consolidation alert, because it can certainly show you some things that are consolidating for a long period of time. So let me just take this alert window here. We'll just kind of scrub it. Note the metrics over here. 2 to 10, 10 is the highest. So if we added this alert and pick something like 8. Now just to keep the crazy stuff out, let's say at least 100,000 shares today. Cap it there, put in a little min, and we'll just see what this yields. And I got to take that custom list off. Alright, so also this column over here is handy with a lot of different things. Quality. It'll give us that value. Okay, so we got IBDT. Let me just expand the daily out here. And it's the highest quality, right? So, not the longest period of consolidation here, but something that might be worth a bottom fish. Of course, this is an ETF. IBDO's just popping up, so we're getting a little basing action here as well. But let's take a look at the history instead of waiting for these things to crank out like that. FTXN. Plan, obviously that looks like some kind of buyout, more than likely. Let's see here. Right, merger. But you're just going to notice all the ones with the higher values are nice setups here on the daily. You know, breakout areas are quite visible. Risk areas are also quite visible. So for the longer term ones, Iris, you know, this is the easiest way to go about that process. Some are going to look better than others. Of course, this little guy had a spike up yesterday. That guy's already gone. So if you're looking for, longer consolidations on the daily, just use the good old-fashioned consolidation alert. Now you might want to loosen this up a little bit, but keep in mind 10 is going to be the highest quality, so that's why I set it at 8. Yeah. Some of these are going to be long like you like them. Some are not going to be as long as you prefer. But that's the nature of the scan, right? As far as volume goes, the thing is, if the volume is coming in on that day, more than likely it's already going to have made the move, okay? Because stocks usually don't do crazy volume when they're consolidating, if you get my drift there, all right? You want to catch them before, right? So the way to go about this process is if you see something that interests you, like quadruple C here, it's just meandering along. Clearly, my eyes are drawn to this level here. So the way you want to play these is you want to start setting price alerts, okay? When it does trade above that level, that's when I want to see about taking a trade in it. Then you check out the volume as well. If the volume is there and the consolidation is, we're getting upward movement out of the consolidation, could be the same way but to the downside, depending on if you like to short. But that's the way I would play it. So if I set a price alert for quadruple C, 2 days later I get the alert as it's crossing this area right here. Well, then I would just look, okay, is it doing high relative volume on the day where it is breaking out? Yeah, okay, then it might be worth taking a stab at. So see, simple is better in this case, right? This is the list of candidates. They're not all going to be quality like you like, but you're definitely going to see some that you do like. Set that price alert. It's simple as right-clicking on the chart. Create that price alert. That way, when that vital area of interest is being traded through, you get the alert, pull the stock up. Hey, volume's good, volume's not good. Simple as that. Yumtex. Yeah, exactly. So, depending on where you wanted to be alerted, this would have been a great setup. But, here it is 4 days into the breakout, right? It's doing great volume, but that would have been a sweet price alert back here on the 21st, right? Let me check the old Market Explorer. I know we added some new stuff in here. Let's see. Cup and handle, rounded bottom. Okay, nothing in there yet. I want to say I got a rounded bottom, but I don't necessarily know if it's going to be a cup and handle for the handle. Let's see here. All right, I got an alert version and a topless version. We'll just pull them both up here because I'm pretty sure these were Michael Noss's creations. So let's just take a peek here. That is, yeah, the alert version, topless version. We'll take a peek at some of these. And lastly, let me just search for cup. Okay. Rounded bottom intraday, rounded bottom, cup and handle. Okay. Well, I'm forgetting what, take a look at these filters real quick here. Sorry for the noise there. And the daily and the 20-day. Okay, so this is targeting, position and range for the day in the 75th percentile. So this is going to be more of a intraday. And let's see here. And the 20-day. Okay. Not exactly the... here we have what looks more like the handle's trying to form here. Okay, here, I mean, that one just looked like it was forming more on the intraday on the 15-minute. What was the one I just had here? Okay, we get the little rounded bottom kind of coming into play here, just waiting for the handle to form. Rounded bottom on the intraday. Not the prettiest, but this is just a filter set, which more than likely is going to be the same thing that we have over here in this one. So some of these are going to be conducive, some are not. But what I'm going to do here is I'll drop all of these scans in here, and you can just kind of pick and choose and see which ones are accommodating for what you're looking for. To tell you the truth, I haven't pulled these out in a very long time. Not exactly my specialty here, but I'll drop into the chat panel the cloud links so that you can have them and maybe make some adjustments. Okay, there's the rounded bottom top list. Here it is in alert form. And this could give you some ideas to run with. Alright, so there's 3 cloud links for a rounded bottom and cup and handle. Yes, Michael is very talented. Okay, as you guys can see here, got a couple of races running today. Behind this race window, I've got my change from the close to the negative, change from the close to the positive, and of course over here, I've got my previous day's Rippers alert windows, which are using yesterday's closing data to build an end of day list, just assuming that if it was really in motion the prior day, it's not going to just stop the next day. It probably is going to have some good movement. Ironically, look at who's leading the race in this one right here. Darts. Okay. So, using races to confirm signals from other windows, I've been finding that very useful. Okay. What do I mean by that? Well, had these races running since the open. We can see all of the winners. Look, Iris, wait, is that the one that you pointed out earlier? Yeah, YMTX. Okay. Gee, look who's been winning a lot of races today. YMTX. Just noticed that. However, perfect example of using these to confirm signals that might be coming through, say, these windows shortly after the open. I like to watch 1 minute races because I get that information quicker, right? So, PDR high today spit out DRT. DRT had also won several races already in the first couple of minutes of the market. And when we pull this up and take a peek, not a bad trade, all right? So, a couple of things I really like about this entry here, all right? Number one, right here in this close to the open of the market, notice what was going on here. Notice the pre-market range. Nice and tight, okay? Also like the idea that it's a relatively new issue, and we all see what's going on over here. I mean, this is more or less a little rounded horseshoe type, rounded bottom. But we got a lot of good things going on here. Number one, we got massive volume kicking through this thing right here. All right. A nice signal close to the open because this was on my end of day list from yesterday due to the activity that darts had. So, nice pre-market range, a break of that range, also seeing DRTS winning races in the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes of the market. So when I see that high volume, I see it winning races. You can see right here, B plus through E-Trade, I get long. Sold myself short a little bit up here on the sell, but had to endure a couple of halts as well. But nonetheless, one of the biggest movers, of the day. Of course, if you didn't take those cookies, would have been pretty much back to flat and not up near as much. But not easy to pinpoint these types of trades, especially off the open. Typically, a lot of the time, because people or traders are a little bit hesitant to get in there with the risk. But when you start sizing up the pre-market range, like you see in this chart here, you get a good signal from your end-of-day list coming through your alert window with big volume, and you see it winning races. That's what I like to refer to as a 3-star trade. 3 gold stars. Pattern, volume, and races being won. I did not, Iris. It was such a simple configuration, but I tell you what, I can put it together for you if you give me a second here. I don't want to color it. Let's see here. So just keep this in mind for future reference. It's a really simple config. We'll get rid of these guys. All we're going to do is check consolidation. I tell you what, instead of starting at an 8, we'll start at a 7. We'll come over here. We'll add quality just so you can see the value for confirmation. We will look at the entire market. Now, since I'm going to drop this cloud link in here for you, why don't you give me your min-max price and your volume requirements, so forth and so on. Oh, I get you, Ansel. I'll circle back around to that in just a second. In the meantime, Iris, you got any min-max prices for me, or I'll just insert some generic ones in here. And you can always go in there and modify them. I'm just going to put 5 and 200 for your min-max. For your volume today, I'm going to say 150K, $10 and up. Okay. You want a max on there? 500,000 shares traded already today, or is that average daily volume? 500,000 traded or 500,000 average? Today. Okay. Okay. Simple enough. Now, what you also might want on this guy is just to show the relative volume column. That way you just get that relative volume value right off the bat. And I want to say this has been looking at the intraday, although you're going to notice some correlations on the daily as well. Okay. All right, so there's that cloud link for you. Chandra, let me see. How long your links stay in the cloud? Can you please show again how I use the link to import the window? Okay, yeah, no problem. All right, so for example, if you just highlight and copy that link right out of the chat panel, what you're going to do then is just go to your TI toolbar right here, File, Load from Cloud. And you're going to notice, as long as you've copied that link to your clipboard, it's going to show up in here automatically down here. Therefore, all you have to do is hit Load, and it's going to pull that window right up for you. Now keep in mind, just because you spawned the cloud link does not mean it will automatically save to your cloud. So once you spawn a new window from a cloud link, what you'll want to do to save it to your cloud is simply right click and come down here and save it to your cloud. That way it's in there and you can't lose it. Okay, so getting back to you, Ansel, you've got the rounded bottom scans. You want to filter out things after they've had one or two big days, right? After they're out of that rounded bottom or that horseshoe pattern. Well, we could say, let's see here. I have to refresh my memory on how far back our change. Okay, those are going to be too small. And see, the look back, it's going to be after the fact, right? So change, find a longer time frame here. You could try using change in previous day, right? If the stock moved X% in that day, chances are it's gone. But you're going to have to experiment around a little bit because every pattern is going to be a little bit different. It might be breaking out of the 5-day range, right? It might be, a big change from prior day. But if you're trying to filter those out, change in previous day would certainly show you the ones that had the big moves yesterday. Therefore, you could cap it. You could say, okay, change from previous day. If it's moved more than 10%, I don't want to see it, right? And of course, that might be 5%, 10%. Like I said, you'd have to put a couple of these configurations together, go back and review the history, and see if change from previous day would be a good mechanism or filter to get that job done for you, Ansel. So let me know if that makes sense, if that's a good path to set you down or not. All right, Timothy, how do I set up where my indicators show up on every stock? I'm assuming you're referring to are you referring to our charts? Give me a little bit more info there, Tim. How do I set up where my indicators show up on every stock? Wow, I didn't. The hour usually goes by fast, but the 30-minute block is sure slipping away quick. About 4 minutes till I get to bail here. Okay, so you're referring to charts, right? So you can see I've got some moving averages here. I've got the 50, I've got the 200, I've got the 10, I've got the 20, right? So those are my favorite, what you could call studies, moving averages. However, if you right click on your charts and just come to indicators, these are all the indicators that are available for our charts, and you would just go about setting them up accordingly. Once you set them up, if I wanted to add Bollinger Bands, we select a color, pick your periods, add, close, and now you can see I've got the Bollinger Band right there. Now keep in mind when you put these studies on your charts, make sure you save your layout before you exit, otherwise you'll have to go back through there and add them every time. Every time I pop out of stock, you have to put the indicators in there. Not really sure what you mean by that. For example, I'm on VNE right now, RDHL. You'll see the Bollinger Bands stay there. Pardon me 1 second, guys. Gotta. Aha, okay, you didn't save it, yeah. So for example, if I close my software and reopened it, I'm not sure that the studies would stay there if we didn't save them, but I could be wrong on that, and I can't really shut it down right now. But that's the approach that I would try. Save that layout, and hopefully your studies remain there. Ah, there you are, Chris. Sorry. I feel like Barry now, except I look at this one and not the other one. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Fast and furious and short today, but I'm going to sign off now. I have a meeting to attend, and Mr. Chris Varley going to be taking the helm for the second 30 minutes for today. So enjoy, and I'll see you guys next time. All right, you're streaming, Chris, so I'm about to kill my feed in 3, 2, 1. All right, you're streaming, Chris, so I'm about to kill my feed in 3, 2, 1. All right, you're streaming, Chris, so I'm about to kill my feed in 3, 2, 1. All right, you're streaming, Chris, so I'm about to kill my feed and kill my feed and kill my feed and kill my feed and
You're getting an echo from Jamie still. This is odd. You're getting an echo from Jamie still. This is odd. You're getting an echo from Jamie. All right. Am I coming in clear now? There's a big echo that was going on for me. I don't know if it was happening to you folks too. All right. Am I coming in clear now? There's a big echo that was going on for me. I don't know if it was happening to you folks too. All right. Testing. Am I coming in? There's a big echo that was going on for me. I don't know if it was happening to you folks too. All right. Testing. Am I coming in very echoey? All right, I'm not the only one hearing it. Hmm. 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 All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing here. Otherwise, this will be an interesting or not so interesting half hour here. All right, I keep playing with the settings and I'll keep testing.
Hey everybody, I thought I'd jump in here and try and rescue Chris. Well, my format is not quite the way I want it to be, so let's change that. But currently active. What the heck? See if we can bring Chris back in maybe. Maybe not. Maybe the stream's still going. This is a goofy one. All right. I'm going to turn off. Ah, this is crazy. All right, I'm going to shut it off. Maybe Chris will be back.
All All right, round two. What's happening here? Am I going to echo forever into the nether realm? Okay, that would appear to be normal. Can anyone else confirm out there for me? I have no idea what just happened there, but I believe we're good. That was insane. And unfortunately, with the software that we use, if I stop the stream, that'll be the end of it for the day. This way, anyways. There's other ways we can start, but we're not all versed in the different software. So, alright, back to the regularly scheduled program after a 6-minute bump in the road there. And losing basically all the viewers, which is even better. Sarcasm, sarcasm. So, I'm not sure what Jamie was working on. He was helping someone with something with the layout before. If you're still here and he hadn't finished answering all your questions, let me know. And anybody else with questions, of course, fire those away for me. So I don't know what everybody's looking at in the market here. I really haven't looked at the market at all today. I was in meetings for the entire morning. So I know there's some stuff, there was some high flyers in the morning. I don't know how any of that shook out. I attempted to want to trade when I got back from my meetings, but it's hard when you're not in lockstep with what the open was and to get a feel. For me anyways, I'm not one of those people that tends to like to jump into the middle of the trading day. I didn't get back from the meetings till almost noon. So again, if anybody has questions or we want to look at some charts or whatever it is, I'm kind of just filling the space in here. A lot of internal stuff going on, so Jamie had to bust out for a meeting. Barry's, on his hiatus for lunch. So, alright, I see a few people are coming back into the stream. So, Triple L, that was a high flyer from a couple of days ago. Took a pause yesterday. Still not something I'm going to be jumping in personally, but just look at some interesting charts here, anyways. I mean, still some serious relative volume in this thing, even with this huge volume bar the day before yesterday. So it says Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Tuesday is the day that all that volume came in. And, just looking here, yes, there's a real pause in volume. Very interesting to actually look at this whole scenario that's going on here. All right, so, massive volume at the open, pretty much fades for the day. Nothing yesterday. Massive volume again on the open, and we're fading again here for the day. We'll see, obviously, few hours left to go, see what happens on that. But interesting nonetheless to look at in the China space. We look at what's going on in China, K-Web. I'm not looking to enter anything TRD. In fact, I won't. There will be no swing trades that I enter this week now. If I enter anything, it'll be on a day trade tomorrow. But I won't. There's nothing that's probably going to interest me today. My head is out of trading completely today. As soon as I finish up filling in on this stream, I have another meeting, and then I have another meeting, and then I have the 3:30 live stream. So there's no trading for me today. Yeah, TCAT was coming through my scans earlier, but I keep having to reset my layout today, doing some displays and showing some things off for some people here. So I don't have any real historical data, unfortunately. Kind of a bummer. It's an oddball day for me, very different than my typical day here. Cook had me interested for about 2 minutes. I was thinking about it here. I said I don't trust it coming into that 8 EMA here for a day trade, and lo and behold, I was right on that 15-minute chart. That 8 EMA just kept that price action down, and I had my finger on the trigger to pull that trade. I didn't. It wouldn't have worked, and that was my sign to say there's no trading going on today for you, Chris. It's just that's the kind of day it is, and you have to take it and roll with it. So I'm not in the mood of risk taking for the weekend, so that's why I won't enter anything swing wise tomorrow for sure, unless everybody comes out and declares world peace tomorrow, and everybody decides they're going to be sane about policies around the world and governments and all those things like that. And if there was ever a chance of less than 0% of something happening, that's going to be it. So there's nothing that's going to interest me to take it home for the weekend tomorrow. Hindsight trading, I wanted a position in P10 that I would have liked to have gotten this morning, but I couldn't. There's nothing I could do. Like I said, I was stuck in a meeting all day, and made a nice move, and I feel like this would be a nice move to carry into tomorrow, but I'm not going to chase it here now. Given up 30 some odd cents and moved up this, rejected off 16. I can't. This is the hard discipline stuff of being a trader. This is the stuff that works in between. There's a saying, the hardest 6 inches in golf is between your ears. Well, the hardest 6 inches in trading is also in between your ears, and knowing when it's not a day to trade. That's all there is to it. So SRTS, very interesting here. Some pretty sizable volume coming in here on that 1 minute time frame, it looks like. And well, this 15-minute bar of volume is about to finish here, but that's going to be the highest it's been over the last half an hour. And we can see on this 5-minute bar here, that's just about to finish, how much that is over this right here, this span of 5 minutes. So we'll see, is that something to give that stock a boost? I'm not sure. I'm not entirely convinced. Pretty, 78 bucks or 78 cents on an $11 stock already, and that's not, massively liquid anyways. Am I able to see previously posted questions? I think so, yeah. Where do you want me to scroll up to? Something else that was interesting while I wait for Ansel here. So this was something that was coming in from the options scanner yesterday. It was doing like 20 times normal options volume yesterday. Today it's doing almost 12 times normal options volume. So you see this move up here, and is this a bull flag that's going on there? I shouldn't be drawing those shadows in. It should just be the bodies of the candles for that flag. It could be. I believe it's a newer issue. So let's see. I had a question for Jamie. So that's where I won't be able to determine is it you're talking to Jamie or? So I see two questions here. Hello, if you were to add a filter on cup and handle and rounded bottom scans to filter out the stocks that have rocketed up to form the pattern in shorter term, how would you do this IYO, in your opinion? I'm guessing, all right, there's that one, and then you had one. We don't have a position in 2-day range, so you'd have to kind of look at what filters would I point you towards? File, new. Actually, let's do it like this because I have a scan that kind of a go-to scan, but I like to see stuff that's also rocketed up. So let's see if it's going to show anything here, and we can build off of this kind of idea. All right, so this scan here, to give you an idea, I think this is going to be a good base for what you were asking in your question. I'm looking at stocks between $4 and $40, relative volumes. One volume today, 750,000 shares traded. They have to be 75% above the low of the 20-day range and 75% above the low of today's range. Now I'm using this to try to find things that are strong on the close that might go into the next couple of days and run. All right, so just let's look for a few examples of this to see if we can find what we're kind of looking for. So you're looking to find something that's done this like Kodak has done, minus this big move here essentially. So I would couple that with a position in 5-day range. I think that's going to be your only option. We can just find a few more charts to see if we can find some things that are kind of like this. So, and a lot of this becomes interpretation also. What do you consider a rounded bottom? What do I consider a rounded bottom? Is this what we're looking at? Are we buying smiley faces here and now it's ran away from us the last 2 days? Just kind of giving a shot around here what I'm looking at, what I'm looking for. So essentially though, what you're going to want is position and range filters. All right. Right. So these are the filters I'm going to point you towards, and then you'll have to do some trial and error and plug some stuff in here. But you have position in previous days range, so we can limit that way, and then you jump to 5 days. So those are the two spots that I can send you in that direction, and then range. You've got the same thing here, jumping out to a 5-day range. So you're trying to keep that 5 days in a certain percent or a certain dollar value. So if we get rid of this, let's just, for fun, we'll build a quick top list and see what we've got going on here. Throw some metrics in here. Go back to this position in 20-day range. But as you know what my spiel would be, Mike C. I could give you the greatest scanner on earth, but if you don't have a plan to trade what's coming through it, it ain't gonna work. Sorry, position 20-day range. Let's add that filter. So let's go with 75% off that low. Let's go with position in previous day's range. Let's add that filter, and let's say we're no more than 100 above that. And let's also look at a position in 5-day. Let's add that filter, and let's say we're no more than 100 above that. Let's just see what this returns us here. So, all right, that's nice looking. Not so nice looking, but you know, we're never going to get a scan that returned us everything we want and exclude everything we don't want. So we're returning ideas, not guarantees. You know, there's nothing we can do when something makes that move on the last couple of days, like I said. We might be able to tighten this up with the 5-day range. Let's see, we're no more than 80% above the 5-day range. Let's see if that kicks out some of these extended names here. Not really. Sorry, just clicking through some of these. That actually made the scan worse, to be honest. You and me both, eternal students of the market. The market's always got something to teach us. Yeah, I mean, I'm using the position 5-day range here. Just swapping some stuff around. I mean, like some of these charts I actually like. Some of them I don't. I don't like seeing stuff that's just been consistently down. It makes me hard. It makes it hard for me to get excited. Makes me hard to get excited about it. I'm not sure how I want to phrase that. GME. Good lord. That's interesting. Nah. This has got to be China, right? Yeah. Sometimes you just tell by looking at a chart where it's from. It's going to come to stacking range filters, though, essentially. You might also, just a thought here, no, maybe SMAs, let's see. See if the SMA can hold these down a little bit, like not being above a certain amount of the SMA. This is more stuff flagging or in a channel or sideways. Trying to think of a way, you know, we're above a certain range over a certain amount of time, but we're not extended off one of the moving averages is what I'm looking for. You know, I'm trying to think of ways to, you know, like I said, we're up above a certain amount, but we're not above the next certain amount. Maybe what am I looking for? So this is, maybe we use a 10-day SMA instead. 3% off the 10-day SMA. Nah, it didn't really change much. Same stuff. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here. So if someone has other suggestions, throw them at me. So what I'm doing is I'm looking at charts I don't want to think of ways to get rid of what's on those that I don't want. Because obviously there's going to be items in here that we like and items in here we don't like. How do we get rid of the ones we don't like, or at least try to get rid of a majority of them? Kind of like there's no happy medium with this right now. Everything is either like stuck in this range sideways, excuse me, like that, or it's made a sharp move up. The other issue you're going to run into is, look at some of these ranges on this. Look at this from here to here. On a percent basis, that's pretty big. So things start to become relative to price and percentage also. Some okay ideas in here. All right, yeah, I mean, we'll keep, till Barry comes back, we'll poke a bit more here. Let's see. Why not? This is how, yeah, my pleasure to help with that. This is how, ideas are born, kind of trial and error some things, spitballing back and forth. Sorry, I'm thinking in terms of range here too. It's one of those things I do, I wish we had a lot of filters we don't have, but, there's filters I'd probably ask for that maybe 5 other people on the planet would want. So, and the labor that it takes to put in a filter is really ridiculous, to be honest. I didn't understand until recently. Consecutive candles days, that might be something to look at too. Think about that. So this is why I go filter by filter, start throwing these ideas at myself, let alone you, when I'm thinking of these ideas. What else is there that I'm thinking of right now? Can use the anchored VWAP for back up to 5 days. That's what you want, distance from VWAP 5. So a distance from VWAP 5 might be something to try to keep price and volume together along with those rounded bottoms. Not rounded volumes, rounded bottoms. Let's see, there was something else that I just thought of, but where's the filter that I was thinking of? Range contraction. This might be something to look at here. Bring over the definition of this here. So range contraction refers to stock pattern. Train. The day before yesterday's range is smaller. Contraction 2 more consecutive days. So you might be able to use this range contraction here. This could be something interesting to try. Find things that have made that move and then the range is contracting over the last few days. That's something interesting to look at. I feel like there's still one other filter I was thinking of, but maybe I'm making it up out of the top of my head. I've done that before. Consolidation, that's what I was thinking. There might be a consolidation or positioning consolidation also might be some filters to look at. You can do the consolidation in days or percent essentially. Which one is this? What's the time frame on this though? Interesting. All right. So, there's so many filters in here I just never use. That's all there is to it. Sorry, now I'm going through definitions here. I got lost for a second there reading. I apologize. All right, so we got, gave you some building blocks here. I think the rest of this isn't going to be anything you're interested in as far as what you're trying to do. I mean, smart stop, market cap, D's to cover, short growth, float turnover, held by insiders and institutions. I don't think any of that's going to be relevant to what you're doing here. And that's, and then we get into all my mess of customs that exist that I don't even look at. Cook is still racing. I got 12 winners since I started. That's just on options volume essentially. Look at the options volume in that. I guess that's because of these earnings. Obviously someone didn't like something. Some of these newer issues here, new energy issue. It's kind of interesting. And get above this here. We got 52 million in the float. Not anything going on for shorts. Very interesting. JNPR. This is one I've been bullish on and off for a while now. I was waiting for it to make this break, and it's really not a bad trend off that break, considering 300 million in the float, and it's been around a long time. I wouldn't call it a growth company, that's for sure. I guess with the rotation back into value, it'd be more of a value tech stock. Perhaps Barry's forgotten about me. P10, what are you still doing? You're hanging out here in this consolidation after that big run up. Mer. Well, I think I figured out why the echo happened at the beginning of this that caused that huge disaster. There's a switch turned on for my desktop audio to come through. Uh, yeah, whenever you're ready, Barry. You got it, Mike C. Thanks. I've had better sessions. All right. Thanks, everybody. Barry is back.
All right, you guys in YouTube should be able to hear me now. So guys, I am taking a look at that PTGX. I'm going to see if this holds this area. It still has a little bit of room to that high. This is a great VWAP play. Wouldn't surprise me if it went positive. See if there's any news on it. No, I'm trying to see if there's any news why it went negative like it did. Hi, Michael. Hi, Mike. And Mr. Perfect Circle. No, I don't walk the dog during my break. I do videos, I clean the house, I stare at charts. It's not really a break. It's a break from you guys. How's that? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Okay. I'm looking at some of the ones that I was interested in earlier. The OR did absolutely nothing. OR, well, other than drop. Market is, look at the last hour. We have some bottoming tails, some topping tails. So right now, I'm not getting anything new. See, I did get an alert for FMC across the VWAP, but yeah, you see, so why wouldn't I take this trade? Well, look at the 15-minute chart and 32.35. Now, maybe if it can cross that at some point, that might get me interested. So it did cross the VWAP, but I look at this on that 15-minute chart and it looks like there's just too much resistance. So if it breaks through that though, then we've got something a little bit. I mean, even here, 32.60, nothing fabulous. And 10 minutes of cardio. Yes, John. Yes. Forget that either. Did I see that CTIC has earnings tonight? Or did I say? Okay, well, we've got March 24th. I'll check another site. Our data provider is not infallible, so I'll just check another site and see what they say. Well, I'm actually checking FinViz, and they don't even have a time when they're releasing earnings. So that's interesting. Maybe somebody can check Yahoo. I mean, what we were trying to figure out, well, why the pop? Couldn't see any news. And I thought, okay, well, maybe because Has earnings after hours. Maybe there are some who think it's going to be good. But FinViz doesn't even have an earnings date on it, so. Yeah, Kodak again, you're right, Kodak again. I do have that thing thumbnail for a while anyway. Again, took out the hive yesterday. It did take it out earlier, dropped down below it. So it is above the hive yesterday. If that means anything. All right, so you've got, well, that's what they do. That's their job, to come up with the earnings. Well, okay, so maybe it doesn't have earnings. Our provider has it earnings today or after hours. Not after hours, tomorrow before the market opens. Maybe it's not correct. WHLM. Let's take a look at WHLM. It's not showing up in any of my scanners. My guess, the relative volume is too low. Yep, look at that, 0.3. So not showing up in any of my scanners. But it's got that insanely low float. 900,000 shares in the float. Even if that's not, exactly correct, it's going to be a low float. But that relative volume is really not that much volume. All that volume, half the volume is right there in that 15-minute. In the 2-minute, well, in the 5-minute, it's about less than a third the volume. Gee. Look at TCAT now, just absolutely doing nothing, just kind of chopping up and down. Big volume in it though, 22 million, 8 million in the float, so it is easily going to probably trade the float 3 or 4 times today. All right, take a look at MP. Out of the price range I like, but let's take a look at MP. And then there's your target. Well, we have, we have the view app at 54.65. Interesting. Normally our view app is the same. We have it at 54.65. You have it at 53.54. It's about $1 difference. Interesting. You got the right symbol, right? MP. Excuse me, Viral. I'm sorry. That 53.54 was the target, not the view app. Okay, I'm sorry. So 54.65. So this would have to drop down to that level again. Sorry, I just misread you. I thought you were saying that was the view app. Little volume coming into HYMC, guys. Little pop here. 124. It looks more dramatic than it is. Remember, this is the one that AMC has now a stake in. I can't remember what the percent was, but they've got a stake in this. Yes, that AMC. Yes, movie theater chain. Yeah, so here's another one that's showing up on Shady Scan, the VWAP, and I look at it and I go, okay, 3107, but I look here and it looks like there's a ton of resistance right around 3135. So it just, it just makes it less attractive to me. Now, if it takes that out and starts to run, yeah, great. So I'll put an alert there in that area. Now, if you're scalping, if you're into scalping, for 20 cents on a $31 stock, I guess that's fine, but that is not what I like to do. All right, well, here's one from your scan, Zach. Now, what did it get to? Got up to 970 is the high of yesterday, and it got literally to it got to 965. Starting to fall a little bit here. And this is a shortable one. Yeah, lots of shorts available at Interactive Brokers, over 1 million. You're obviously not listening to me real. Yeah, we just talked about HYMC. Just talking about how AMC has a, what's the percent stake? $28 million. 35 point. Okay, Sprott has a 35.8% stake. AMC has a $28 million stake. So I don't know where they bought it at, but it's $28 million stake. Is it 22%? Thanks. So that 28 million represents 22% of the company. A lot of volume coming in. Ton of volume. Look at that. 5 million. It's not a crazy low float. 83 million. Pretty high for a $1 stock, but a lot of volume coming in right now. Boy, this is shortable also. So, I mean, this is definitely your parabolic move on that 5 minute, 15, 2. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Denver, or later on today once you've helped your wife. Here's a new addition here. Integrate the CSV logger tool. I wonder what that does. Does that take it to an Excel spreadsheet of some sort? I don't know if you guys have this. This is in the general. and right below appearance. Yeah, I don't know what it does. Okay, here's Dolphin, guys. Dolphin Dolphin Entertainment. So this is breaking out. I don't know if TCAT is. Is TCAT breaking out? And the answer is no. So DLPN. Now maybe this will follow, but there's DLPN breaking out. And this, of course, is an NFT play. And I know they have some connection with HOFV, but it is not breaking out. So right now, DLPN is on its own. Only I have that? Okay, thanks, Pepe. I have no idea what it does. It may, I know there are people that like to see their trades in Excel. So it's possible it does something like that. Okay, guys. So this so it is right. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average also for HYMC. There's the 200-day moving average, 145. It's at 142 right now. So that area, the 200-day moving average area. And the VWAP is 129. So we're stuck in between the VWAP and the 200-day moving average right now. So I guess the theory would be is if you did, I'm just talking too much. I was going to take that short at 142. And then it might stall at 129. So I mean, it's not going to be a huge trade. And based on that, I probably wouldn't do it. 150 is the next high looking left. 144, 150, 148, 150, and then 161. So here's what I'm going to do, just in case it goes crazy. I'm going to stick an alert for HYMC at $1.60. Okay? Because that'll take all this out. And then the next high looking left is way up here at 270. So you're talking about over $1 on a $1.40 stock. So that would be a great percentage move. Always the daily chart. Always the daily chart. I don't look at the not that there's anything wrong with that, but I don't look at the 200 moving average on any other time frame. Wow. This one is just is TCAT still doing nothing? Yeah, interesting. I mean, DLPN is just soaring here. TCAT's doing zip. Will it catch up? 25% DLPN. 20%. Don't do it because of me. I mean, there are people. I think Real has it on the 30-minute chart. I may be wrong. The 200-day or 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. I just don't. I mean, that's just me though. Okay. Well, it better, looks like it's, wow, it's already dropping. I know it came on your scan. I just didn't take it. Came on your scan at 560. There you go. So he has it on all his charts. So holy smokes, guys! I mean, watching. I mean, EQT. I've been watching it like I think Real and Zach. This is not falling yet at all. Now it's getting close to that whole number 31. 2-year high. Well, the one grinding stock that did hit the scan, it worked out okay though, was the PSTG. I mean, I guess it wasn't grinding. No, I guess it wasn't grinding. But that's 15 minutes. You know, for us it was grinding. You know, for 20 minutes it was just sort of doing this before it finally fell. But yeah, guys, we're getting bogged down here. The questions are coming into stocks only, off topic. Okay, very few rules. Just try to get any questions that are not very specific to stocks. Put it in off topic. Thank you. So the next time I see it, don't get offended. I don't care who it is. Could be Real. Could be Zach. Could be me. I might have to delete my own post. Okay? I'm just going to delete it. I don't have that one on my option scan, REI, but doesn't mean it doesn't exist in some other permutation of it. You're going to say that, William, but I doubt if you will. Okay, I've got to repeat my 11th commandment. Thou shalt not trade out of boredom. I wouldn't do that, John. I mean, how hard is it to click on a tab? I don't know. I have to do it all day long. And I think I've got way more going on than you, so. Man, guys, okay, so this is, I mean, the SLDP, there's the VWAP. I got the alert, but again, just doing zip. Thanks, John. Well, here's the latest on your. I know Zach knows this, but the latest in Zach's scan is PAGS, PAGS, as a topping play. I mean, a lot of volume just came in. What is the next high looking left? It's getting close. 2209 right now, so the high is 2261. So it's got still has some room. All right, so Zach is saying passing on a potential PAG short. Well, first of all, for me, this is what I'd be doing. I wouldn't be taking it now. It would have to take out that whole number. So if I do anything on this one at all, I'm just going to stick an alert, say 2197. If it somehow falls back down through there, at least I'll know about it, and then I'll make up my mind if I want to do anything. Oh man, 136. I mean, even our ones that are usually very volatile are just, look at this. I mean, even this one, the ALLG, which is normally, well, has been, of course, normally for the few days it's been, last 2 days anyway, has been extremely volatile. Look at this. I mean, when this starts to flatten out. Yeah, PAGS is climbing. Well, no, I mean, the next high is 2261. How close will it get? I mean, look at this one. Another high flyer. I mean, only 14 million in the float. I'm talking about BVXV. Tons of volume, but just doing absolutely nothing. Now, for those of you, and there are a number, follow GME. Look at this. There's a break. I don't know if Pavlin is still here, but I think he's long. I can't remember anymore. At the beginning of the day, I think he was long. Okay, I just got a wow. Why? Well, the HYMC, that just showed up in the option scanner. I haven't really been paying attention to my option scanner, guys. I freely admit that. Don't like it right here. I mean, it's got to take out 150. If it takes out 161, I think I have my alert set for HYMC up in this area. I mean, if we get some more volume, like imagine we got another volume bar like this one, and it could pop it right through, then it might have a chance to get to that level, but just not feeling it. Another very, very, very slow day for the AI. Been a very slow week. Only three profitable ones. I don't know if only 5 total trades. Very, very slow. The last this week, probably only a total of maybe 10 trades, maybe 12 trades, alerts. I don't want to call them trades. I want to call them alerts. Havlin, are you still long GME from early this morning? I know I misinterpreted. I thought you were shorting it, but are you still long? And I know you've been talking about it maybe getting back up to yesterday's high. All right, guys, I'm just biding my time. We have a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. So I have absolutely had no new alerts in the last probably 10-15 minutes. Fresh? Oh, an alert. PAGS. So, okay. It took out, but, look at this. If it takes out 2188, look at that 2-minute chart. A little bit of support there, a little bit. Then it could have a little bit of a 40 cent drop. Fresh. FRSH. Yes, nice little pop. Not going to show, yeah, it's just, again, the relative volume is light, so it's not showing up on most of my scans. But where's the VWAP? 1895, so, that was a nice VWAP cross. Did not show up on my VWAP cross. I wonder why. Let me see if it did and I just missed it. Check to see what filter I've got in here. I know the volume is okay. Current volume, you know what? I know why. Yeah, so what happened is, at the cross, at 1895, the relative volume was probably just under 2. That would be the reason. Yeah, you know what, Pavlin? You're getting really close, man. You're getting close. Try to keep politics out completely, even in the off topic. And I profess I did not know what that acronym stood for, but now I do. TEL is test free. Stress free? TEL? Let's take a look at TEL. Yeah, I mean, if TEL somehow gets over 5, and then that high of the month was 570, I mean, that's far enough away, but it's got a lot of room. Well, that was nasty. I was all set to short this one, this PPAX, and it just popped. Interesting. I was all set. I thought, okay, if it's going to take this out, this 2180 odd, and then it just popped right back up. So well, that's why you wait. Okay, one last kick at this one in case it does drop again. I'm going to put up my alert at 2182 for it, just in case PAGS drops again. 2185. Yeah, but look what happened, Zach. I mean, it dropped and then it popped right back up. So I don't know where your stop would have been, but I mean, I was half a second away from shorting this, and then all of a sudden it just popped right up. About 30 cents, just like that. Look at this. I mean, it's right back down now. Now, was that just a fake? That little topping tail, was that just a fake? Right back down. And I'm talking about the PAGS. SDH, I don't have SDH on your scan. Maybe it's yeah, that did not show up in my. I must have some filter in there that is blocking it. You know what? I think what I did is I put a minimum, a value of maybe 4 or 5, just to give it a little more room on the downside. But so I think that's why. I can tell you in a second. I think I upped the volume, yeah, or not the volume, but the price range. 2. So I guess, yeah, so where you saw it, so it's under, it would have been close. And maybe the 2-minute range wasn't high enough. I don't know. All right, Pags, do it this time maybe. Ugly looking HYMC chart now too. Oh man. All right, guys. So again, I'm getting close to this meeting, so I'm gonna have to try to manage this pag trade while I'm in this meeting. Fantasy area would be on the 15-minute chart would be about 21.31. I've just got to be wary of it not doing that pop up that it did before. Art W. Take a look at Art W before I put myself on mute here. Yeah. Now, why did it not show up here? Somewhere on here. Relative volume is certainly high enough. I think you know why? Yeah, I know why. The volume now is okay, but when it got up here, it wasn't. So all right, guys, I think I'll just put myself on mute now and get ready for this meeting. So I can kind of try to manage this trade here. All right, guys, I'm now back just in time to kind of put myself back on mute. The room will be open until 3:30. Let me just quickly go over my homepage one last time. And of course, I'll entertain any questions you may have right now. Yeah, to answer your question, I should have been more emphatic regarding does the web-based version have a lag? No, it doesn't. Okay. Somebody in our YouTube room was wondering about that. All right, guys. So again, just go to my homepage, and obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription. There is a promo code you can use. Okay, right here. 15% off Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month or the entire year. Please, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, let's get started. Okay, that's what it's called. Let's get started. And here we are, and starts off with episode 1 of 10, download and installation. I'm not going to go over them all. There are 10, obviously 10 sections. It'll take you about 30 minutes. So I think it's well worth the time spent. Take 30 minutes to get yourself familiarized with trade ideas if you're brand new. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon, and all the education again. This is all free. All this is free. Here's our guide, our big user guide, the introductory lessons. Chris will be in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30 today, as he's there Monday to Friday, 3:30 to 4:30 Eastern Time, of course. And the daily webinars, there is one today. Next week we're on the Monday-Wednesday rotation. This week it's the Tuesday-Thursday. You can sign up for them all right here. And last but not least is Back to Basics. If you are new to trading, please take a look at this series that Michael Noss put together. Okay? If you're new to trading, what is a stock it starts off with? And then last, in my homepage, all the scans that I'm sharing, I will probably add that VWAP scan. You probably see it on Monday. I'll have somebody do. I can't do it. That's the reason I have to ask somebody to do it. So, but I'll ask them to do it. So it'll probably be ready on Monday. So all the information here, my scans, education, and the get started. Save my link. Then you can look at this anytime you want. And PAGS has been okay. It's been a little bit choppy, but it's been kind of okay. You know, I'm still in this short, waiting to see where it really wants to take us. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do is I will just put down the fact that I am on mute. Again, I'm here, so if I have to hop on the mic, I will. Okay, and when I do close down the room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over to YouTube and listen to Chris if you want from 3:30 to 4:30. Okay, Chris, so what do you want me to do? Do you want me to not do webinar? Okay, so what do you want me to do though? I'm talking to Chris Varley in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, so what you're saying is that you want to direct people to the new webinar in Zoom, and they'll have to join that. So where are you going to post that? How are they going to know to get there, or how to get there? Okay. Okay, then really nothing for me to do, right? Okay. Oh, I see. I see what you're saying. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm talking to you, but can you hear me? Okay, good. Okay. Well, it's 3:25. Then what should I do? So if I can just shut the room, the main room down, and is there any point in giving them the link to this YouTube stream? I guess not, right? I'm still talking into our main room. I'm still skeptical about any sort of sustained move with the marijuana stocks, cannabis stocks. But there's no question that MJ has come off the off the mat. A few days ago it was $8, 8.40. So it is put on $2. Ah, okay, dropped. Oh, I see what you're gonna do. Okay. Okay, guys, so those of you who are in the main room still, and you want to hear Chris, he's going to be doing it in, okay, here's the link, okay? He's going to be doing it in Zoom fashion. Okay, we're going to see how that works. So here's the link, guys, okay? If you want to hear Chris almost right now, but to 4:30, this is the link to use, okay? So I just posted that in the room, Chris. Yeah, I did just post it in. So, oh, that is YouTube, okay. Oh, okay. Anyone here? Okay. So okay, I got you. So, okay, guys. So in the main room, a little confusing. We're gonna get this straightened out, probably going forward. But I think what Chris wants to do is do these 3:30 to 4:30s in Zoom as opposed to YouTube. So, is it open now? They can go to Zoom now, Chris. Oh, just on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Okay, so today they can go. All right, guys. I'm shutting the room down now. Then there is the link to get in. Okay, if you want to head over, I put in a Zoom link in both the off-topic and stocks only. And Chris is there now. And let me just get my script together so I shut down this room. Okay, guys, so thanks a lot again for all the help in the room today. And just going to get my script together. There we are. Close the room. Okay. I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.